Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. This is going to sound like the start of a bad urban legend, or like one of those weird half-true stories people post just to get attention. I wish it was. I wish I could say I made it up, but I didn't. It happened a few months ago and I haven't been able to sleep properly since. Every time I think about it, there's this twitch in the back of my neck, like something's still close. Like I forgot to lock a door I didn't know I had. It started with small noises. That's always how it starts, right? I rent this one-story house out in Mobile, tucked between two others on a block that's mostly quiet. I live alone, unless you count my cat, and I work remotely, so I'm in the house almost all the time. I started hearing sounds beneath the floor a few nights in a row, nothing big. Just the occasional creak or scrape. At first I thought it was the pipes, or maybe raccoons. I'd seen them in the alley behind the trash bins before. The noises would always come late, around that stretch of time when the world starts to shut down. Midnight, maybe a little later. It wasn't every night, and it wasn't loud enough to keep me awake, just enough to make me notice. The weird thing was, it wasn't always the same kind of sound. Some nights, it was scratching. Other nights, it sounded like chewing. Once, I swear I heard breathing. Slow, uneven, almost like someone trying not to be heard. But you can always tell the difference between an animal and a person. It's in the rhythm. I told myself it was nothing, that maybe I was just getting too used to the quiet, and my brain was filling the silence with nonsense. But after a while, it got harder to ignore. I'd wake up and find my outside trash can tipped over, not torn apart, just gently laid down, like someone was being careful. One morning, the gate to the side yard was unlatched. I always latch it. Always. I finally decided to check under the porch. The crawl space isn't tall, just barely enough room for someone to squeeze into on hands and knees. There's a small wood panel that slides out from behind the bushes by the front steps. I had to move some ivy and a couple stones to get to it. I grabbed a flashlight and a broom, figuring I'd poke around, maybe chase off a possum or something. The second I pulled the panel off, I smelled it. Not rot, not garbage, just stale, like sweat soaked into old blankets, like something lived down there and didn't want to be found. I got down on my stomach and slid the flashlight in first. It caught something shiny right away, a food wrapper, one of those foil chip bags. I pushed the light further and saw more plastic bottles, crumpled paper bags, a pair of shoes, and a mattress. Not a full one, just a thin pad rolled out on top of a folded blanket. There was a pillow, too, and next to it, plugged into my outdoor outlet, was a white phone charger. That's when it hit me. This wasn't a raccoon. Someone had been living down there. I backed out so fast I scraped my elbows on the brick, pulled the panel shut, shoved a stone in front of it, and locked every door and window in the house. My heart didn't slow down for an hour. I sat with the phone in my lap, staring at the crawl space entrance through the blinds like it was going to open again. Finally, I called the cops. They came out quick, 2 officers. They checked under the porch, did a sweep around the property, and said it looked like whoever had been there was gone. They found the mattress in the trash. Took a few photos, but there was no sign of forced entry anywhere on the house, and nothing was stolen. The only real damage was the plug on the outlet being a little bent from use. One of the officers asked if I wanted them to take the stuff out. I told them to get rid of all of it. They bagged it and left. That should have been the end of it. But that night, I didn't sleep. I kept hearing things, not from under the porch, from the floorboards inside. Soft sounds, almost like knocking. Just once. Then breathing. I didn't go check. I didn't move. I just lay in bed staring at the ceiling, counting each breath and trying to decide if I was imagining it. In the morning, I got up and opened the front door. The doormat was gone. I had a plain brown one that said welcome, nothing special. Been there since I moved in. Now, in its place, was a black one with white script letters. It said, "Thanks for letting me stay." That's all it said. I stood there barefoot, door halfway open, looking down at that mat like it was going to speak. The edges were clean. It wasn't old or faded. No leaves or dirt. Like it had been freshly placed sometime during the night. I checked the yard, the sidewalk, the street. No footprints, no trash, just the mat. I didn't know what to do. I left it there. I told myself it was a prank, a joke. Maybe the officers thought they were being funny. Maybe a neighbor overheard and thought it'd be cute. But nobody knew what I found. I hadn't told anyone. I called the police again. They said they'd send a car by to check the area. Nobody came. That night, I moved a chair in front of the crawl space panel. And then I slept on the couch, lights on. But I still heard it. The knock. One single knock from under the floor. Like someone letting me know they were still there. I didn't tell anyone at work. I didn't tell my sister either, which I usually would have. She's the kind of person who checks in twice a week, always asks if I remembered to eat or if the cat has fleas again. But I kept it to myself. I think I was embarrassed. Like if I said it out loud, it would make the whole thing more real. Someone living under your porch doesn't feel like something that happens to normal people. It feels like the kind of thing you read about in some internet comment thread that goes viral because it's just unbelievable enough to sound like fiction. But I was the one who had heard him, or felt him really. That was the worst part. When I lay still enough at night, I could feel him. Something below me, breathing, waiting. The knock hadn't come again since that first night, but the breathing stayed. Not every night, but enough that I stopped sleeping in the bedroom altogether. The couch became my new home base. I kept the blinds closed tight and the porch light on all night. I tried to talk myself out of it. I really did. Maybe it was an echo from the HVAC. Maybe something about the way the house settled made it sound like breathing. But deep down, I knew better. I had heard that knock, that deliberate, slow knock from the floorboards right under my bed. I could still feel the exact rhythm of it if I closed my eyes. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't threatening. It was polite, like someone knocking on a door that already belonged to them. I asked a friend of mine offhand if they had ever had issues with squatters. She used to do code enforcement work before switching to private security. I tried to make it sound hypothetical, just casual curiosity. She told me stories, people camping in backyards, under stairs, in unlocked sheds. She said sometimes they weren't even homeless, just looking for a quiet place to be alone. One guy set up a whole cot and heater inside a locked dog kennel behind an apartment complex and lived there for 3 months without anyone noticing. I asked if the people ever came back after being found. She said the smart ones didn't, but some did. She said once you're a place of comfort to someone, they don't always let go easy. That line stuck with me. A place of comfort. I hadn't thought about it like that. I had only been thinking about the invasion, the fear, the way it made my skin crawl. But to him, maybe it wasn't about hiding. Maybe it was about returning. Finding the spot he could rest in, like a dog going back to the same patch of dirt every night because it smells like home. The police never followed up. I called again and left a voicemail. No reply. I checked the crawl space 3 days after the first call, this time in the middle of the afternoon when the sun was high and my hands weren't shaking. I didn't see anything. No new food wrappers. No footprints in the dirt. Just that smell again. Not as strong, but still there. Human. Close. That night, the new mat was gone. I didn't notice at first. I let the cat out around 10 and stood on the porch for a minute, just breathing the warm air. It was sticky with summer rain and smelled like wet grass. I looked down and noticed it then. The black mat with the white letters. Gone. In its place, nothing. Not even my old one. Just bare wood. The porch boards looked a little cleaner too, like someone had wiped the space down. I stood there for a full minute just staring, waiting to see if anything moved in the yard. No sound, no wind. Just stillness. I brought the cat back in and locked the door. I started leaving the porch light off after that. I know that sounds backward, but I figured if he was coming back anyway, I didn't want to encourage him. I didn't want him thinking the light meant welcome. I still haven't replaced the mat. That was 3 weeks ago. A few nights after that, I heard a new sound. Not knocking. Not breathing. Laughter. It wasn't loud, just a short, dry laugh, like someone chuckling to themselves over a joke no one else heard. It came from under the floorboards again. I froze. The cat, curled beside me, went stiff and stared at the wall. Her ears twitched. I know she heard it too. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The laugh never came again. But I knew what I heard. That's when I started noticing little things inside the house. One morning, the hallway closet was slightly open. Another night, the bathroom mirror had a faint fingerprint on it, too high to be mine. Once, I found the back door unlocked. I always double-check it before bed. I started sleeping with the TV on, the volume low enough that it just sounded like muffled voices. It made the silence easier to take, gave me something to focus on other than the space beneath the floor. I kept telling myself it was over, that he had been scared off. But I didn't really believe it. Not after what I found 2 nights ago. I had been sitting on the couch, scrolling through nothing, trying to keep my brain from looping back to the same questions. I got up to make tea, something to warm my hands, and when I opened the drawer where I keep my tea bags, there was a note inside. Folded, plain white paper. One sentence, written in uneven handwriting. It said, "I liked the couch better." I stared at that note for a long time, longer than I should have. The paper wasn't old, not yellowed or torn or weathered in any way. It was clean. Folded once, down the middle, like someone had taken care to make it fit in the drawer neatly. The handwriting was strange, uneven. Letters slanted in different directions, like whoever wrote it didn't usually write much. The sentence was short, just 5 words, but it felt heavier than anything I'd seen in my house before. I liked the couch better. It felt like a conversation had already been happening, and I was just now realizing I had been a part of it all along. I didn't touch the note for a few minutes. I just stood there in the kitchen, hands braced against the counter, heart knocking hard in my chest. The sound of the refrigerator hum became unbearably loud. It felt like even the appliances knew something wasn't right. I took the note and burned it in the kitchen sink. Not because I thought it would do anything. I just didn't want it to still exist. Then I checked the whole house, every window, every door, every closet, every drawer. I checked behind the shower curtain and under the bed, and even opened the cabinet above the fridge, where I keep stuff I never use. Nothing. Everything was quiet. The crawl space panel outside was still blocked by the heavy planter I'd wedged in front of it. It hadn't been moved, or if it had, someone had put it back exactly how I left it. That somehow made it worse. I called a locksmith the next day and had them install a deadbolt on the back door. I also replaced the lock on the front, even though it wasn't damaged. I just needed to feel like I had changed something. Like I was still in control of something in this place. The guy who came to do it was talkative, made small jokes, talked about the weather, all of that. I didn't say much. Just nodded and forced a few polite laughs. Before he left, he looked at me and said, "You all right, man?" I told him I was just tired. That part wasn't a lie. That night, I stayed awake until almost morning. I sat in the recliner with the television on and the volume low, just watching shadows crawl along the floor as the night dragged past. Around 2 or 3, the cat got up from the couch and stared at the hallway. She didn't hiss, didn't run, just watched, tail flicking. I couldn't see anything. I didn't hear anything either. But I trusted her more than I trusted my ears at that point. Eventually she went back to sleep. I didn't. The next morning there was another note. This one was under my pillow. Same handwriting, same kind of paper. It said, "I like the quiet better." That hit me harder than the first one, because now it felt personal. Whoever this was, they weren't just in my house. They had been close enough to me while I slept to lift my pillow and leave something there, and I hadn't felt it. I hadn't heard them. I didn't dream of anything. That level of access, I can't explain how exposed that made me feel. I didn't call the cops. I didn't see the point. Last time they hadn't found anything, and now the only proof I had was a scrap of paper and shaky ink. What would I tell them? That someone liked my furniture choices? That someone preferred me to be asleep? Instead, I went to the hardware store and bought a motion sensor light and one of those cheap indoor cameras that connects to your phone. I set it up in the hallway, facing the crawl space entrance, and angled another toward the kitchen. That night, I went through the house like usual, locking everything twice. I moved the planter again to check the crawl space, and everything looked undisturbed. No footprints, no signs of movement. I left the camera running and tried to sleep in my bed again. I woke up just before dawn. The room was cold, too cold. I sat up, confused, and checked the window. Still locked. Then I checked the hallway. The camera was gone. Not unplugged, gone. The outlet was empty, and the wire was still there, cut clean. I checked the footage on my phone, but the last clip ended just before midnight. It showed the hallway light flickering, then nothing. The other camera, the one pointed toward the kitchen, was untouched. But when I checked the video, I saw something I still think about every time I walk through that space. At 1:20 in the morning, the hallway camera cut out. 30 seconds later, the kitchen camera picked up motion. A figure stepped into the frame. Barefoot, wearing dark clothes, moving slowly, like they had done this 100 times before. Their face was mostly hidden, head tilted down, hair over the eyes. They stood in the kitchen for almost a full minute. Then, very carefully, they opened the drawer with the tea bags, took something out, paused, then looked up, straight into the camera. Not startled, just curious. Then the feed cut. That was 2 nights ago. I haven't slept since. I keep the lights on in every room. I leave the television running, not because I think it will protect me, but because silence is unbearable now. The house doesn't feel like mine anymore. Every creak, every hum, every slight shift of air feels like him. I have checked the crawl space 5 more times. Still empty. No new footprints. No sign of anything living or dead. But I know he's been inside. And last night, the tea drawer was closed again. Inside, it was a single spoon, bent into a perfect curve, balanced on top of a folded piece of paper. The note said, "You don't have to lock the door." I kept that note too, I don't know why. I had burned the first one, tore the second in half. But this one, the one that said I didn't have to lock the door, I folded it once, twice, and slid it into my wallet like it was a receipt I might need later. Maybe part of me thought that if I kept it, if I treated it like something ordinary, it would lose whatever power it had over me. It didn't. That little square of paper sat in my back pocket all day, like a weight. Every time I leaned back or shifted in my chair, I could feel it pressing into my spine like a reminder. That morning I called out of work. I told them I was sick. It wasn't a lie, not in the traditional way. My stomach was a knot. My hands kept shaking. I couldn't focus on anything longer than a minute. I had this constant feeling that someone was watching me, and it wasn't paranoia, not the irrational kind. It was the kind of certainty that comes from waking up in your own bed and knowing someone's been standing over you while you slept. I unplugged the hallway camera completely. I didn't even bother trying to fix the wire. It had been cut too clean, like whoever did it wanted me to know they were careful. I boxed it up and shoved it into the hall closet with the broken vacuum and the light bulbs I never use. I left the other camera running. I needed one eye open, even if it was small and unreliable. That day, I decided to check the crawl space again. I waited until late afternoon when the light was strong and the air was hot. I grabbed a flashlight and a screwdriver and moved the planter aside. The panel came off easy, just like always. I crouched, pushed the beam into the space, and leaned forward. Everything was gone. No mattress, No blanket, no wrappers, no footprints in the dust. Even the charger cord was missing. It didn't look like someone had cleaned it up. It looked like no one had ever been there. Too clean. The air didn't smell the same either. The usual damp, earthy scent was replaced with nothing. Just dry, stale quiet. I backed out and sat on the porch for a long time after that. Not because I expected something to happen, because I didn't know what else to do. My house was quiet, my floor was clean, my crawl space was empty, but I didn't feel safe. I felt studied. Later that evening, the cat wouldn't leave the laundry room. She just sat there, staring at the wall beside the washer, tail low, ears twitching. When I picked her up, she dug her claws into my arm and hissed. She has never done that before, not once. Not even when she's sick. I set her down and left the room, closed the door behind me. I could still feel her staring through it. That night, there was no knock, no laugh, no sound. I lay in bed with the lights on, waiting for something, but the house stayed still. At 3 a.m, I gave up and got up to make coffee. The kitchen smelled like dust and something metallic, like the scent left behind after scraping a fork across a plate too hard. I flipped on the light. There was a plate on the counter, white, clean, from my cabinet, but it was wet, like it had just been washed. I hadn't used it. I hadn't eaten all day. I checked the sink. No sponge, no soap trail, no crumbs. Just the plate, and next to it, resting upright against the backsplash, another note. This one said, "I like when you're awake." I didn't touch it. I stared at the plate, then opened the cabinet to count. One was missing. I made coffee and sat on the couch. The front door was locked. The back was too. All windows sealed. I walked the whole house, pressing my fingers to each lock, each handle. All secure. I turned off the lights, one by one. Sat in silence. No movement. No new sounds. But the plate stayed there until morning. I washed it myself slowly and put it back in the cupboard. The note I slid into the freezer. I didn't want to burn this one. Not yet. That afternoon I found something else. A photograph. It was tucked into the corner of the mirror in the hallway. Just a cheap instant print, like the kind from a drugstore kiosk, black and white, grainy. It showed the side of the house, the porch, my window slightly open. The photo was taken from the lawn, close enough that the details were sharp. But what made my blood turn was that it had been taken from a height that didn't make sense. Not eye level. Lower. Like the photographer had been crawling. I checked the back of the photo. Nothing written. Just blank paper. I stood in the hallway for a long time, holding it, not knowing what to feel. I should have been angry, scared. I was. But more than anything, I was tired. It felt like he wasn't trying to hurt me. He was just living here. Like I was a guest in his house, not the other way around. Like I had been for a long time and just hadn't noticed. When the mail came, I watched from the window. A package. No return address. Just my name. Inside, a book. Hardcover. Dusty. I opened it. Inside was another note, taped to the first page. It said, "You have good taste." The book was one I hadn't thought about in years. I recognized the cover the second I opened the package, even though it was faded and the corners were soft from age. It was a mystery novel I had loved in high school. One of those slow, atmospheric ones where not much happens, but everything feels like it's unraveling anyway. I never owned a copy. I had borrowed it from the library and never found it again. And now here it was in my hands, with a note taped inside, saying I had good taste. I didn't know what to make of that. I sat on the couch with the book in my lap and just stared at it. The cat jumped up next to me and settled into her usual spot, curling against my side like everything was normal. But it wasn't. Nothing had been normal in weeks. The porch, the notes, the sound beneath the floor, the strange stillness of my house when the lights were off. None of it felt random anymore. It felt like a relationship. That thought chilled me more than anything else, because it meant he wasn't just hiding here. He was watching me, learning about me, finding the things I liked and building something with them. It wasn't just about space or comfort anymore. It was about attention, and attention becomes connection whether you want it or not. That night, I put the book on the coffee table and turned all the lights on again. I didn't try to sleep. I didn't even pretend to. I sat upright and waited, drinking weak tea and listening to the house settle. Around 1 a.m, I heard something in the crawl space again. Not movement, not breathing. Typing. Faint and rhythmic, like someone tapping softly on an old keyboard. I stood slowly and walked to the hallway. The sound was clearer there. It was coming from the floor just beneath the closet. A small, steady rhythm, not urgent, just present. I didn't open the door. I didn't knock. I just stood and listened. After about 5 minutes, it stopped. I waited 10 more. Then I went back to the couch. The cat was gone. That made me panic more than anything else had so far. She never left the living room at night. She was small, quiet, and usually skittish. I checked the bedroom. Nothing. The bathroom. The laundry room. I even checked behind the shower curtain again, even though I knew it was pointless. Then I heard her meow. Soft, muffled. From under the floor. I ran to the porch, yanked the planter aside, and pulled the panel free. The flashlight was already in my coat pocket. I didn't think. I just crawled in. The space was dry, still clean. The air smelled like dust and pine needles. I moved forward, heart hammering. 10 feet in, I saw her. The cat. Curled on the old mattress I thought had been taken away. Blanket beside it, the charger still plugged in. Everything was back. She looked up at me and blinked slowly, like she'd just woken from a nap. She wasn't afraid. I called to her gently. She stood, stretched, and padded toward me. Behind her, in the dirt near the wall, was something small. A ceramic mug. Mine. The one I thought I had misplaced last week. Next to it was the bent spoon. Arranged carefully, deliberately. I didn't touch them. I picked up the cat and backed out, replacing the panel behind me. When I got inside, the lights were off. All of them. I had left them on. The switches worked. The power was fine. But someone had turned them off by hand. The TV was off too. And on the screen was a single fingerprint, a long smudged mark in the middle of the glass. That night, I put the cat in the bedroom and locked the door. I sat in the kitchen with every drawer open, every cabinet empty. I wasn't looking for anything. I just didn't want anything to be hidden anymore. I needed every surface to be bare. At 3 a.m, I found the next note. It was in the fridge, taped to the milk. Same handwriting. This one said, "I liked it better when you didn't know." I closed the fridge and sat on the floor. Not out of fear. Out of exhaustion. This wasn't just someone passing through. This wasn't even about squatting. This was cohabitation. He had been here longer than I thought. Maybe since before I moved in. Maybe since the first time I heard the pipes groan in the middle of the night and assumed it was just old plumbing. Maybe this was his house all along. And I was the one who had slowly been invited. I sat there until the sun came up. Then I made toast, fed the cat, and left the note on the table. It said, "I don't want to play anymore." After I left the note, I didn't expect anything to happen. I didn't know what it would mean to him, or if he would even care. I had no idea what kind of rules he followed, if any. It's easy to imagine there's some logic when something strange keeps happening, like maybe if you play along, it'll all make sense eventually. But this wasn't that kind of thing. This wasn't a pattern. It wasn't even a game. It was just presence, something being here and not wanting to leave. I kept the house quiet for the rest of the day. No music, no television. I moved slowly, touched the walls like they were breakable. I could feel it all around me, that sense of being watched. Not aggressively, not even intrusively, just closely, like I was a fish in a tank and someone was pressing their face to the glass. I didn't find another note that day. There were no new scratches, no missing plates, no new gifts. The house was still. That night, I left the lights off on purpose. I lay on the couch again, not to sleep, but just to be there, eyes open. The cat stayed with me, curled at my feet like she always used to before everything changed. I kept my breathing slow, steady, waiting for a sound, but nothing came. Not even the usual creak of the floorboards settling. No breathing, no knocking, no laughter from beneath the house. At 2 a.m, I stood and walked to the front door. It was unlocked. Not wide open, just slightly turned. The lock was out, the latch not caught. I had locked it. I always lock it. I stepped out onto the porch. The air was still and warm. My yard was quiet. No wind, no movement. But the porch mat was back. The black one with the white lettering. It said the same thing it said before. "Thanks for letting me stay." I didn't touch it. I didn't throw it away this time. I stepped over it and sat on the top step, just breathing. I sat there until the sun started to rise and the sky turned a soft, strange pink. Then I got up, Went inside and packed a bag. I didn't make a list. I didn't try to be neat about it. I grabbed what I needed: clothes, my wallet, the cat's food, a carrier. I didn't clean the kitchen. I didn't leave a note. I didn't turn the lights off. I just walked out, locked the door behind me, and left the key under the mat. I didn't know what else to do. There wasn't anything else to do. You can't argue with something that never speaks. You can't reason with someone who only exists when you're not looking. You can't win against a presence that doesn't want anything except to be near you. I stayed at a motel for 2 days. Not far, still in town. I kept thinking maybe it would follow. Maybe it would find me in the new place, knock on the walls, leave a note under the pillow. But nothing happened. The room stayed still. The mirrors were just mirrors. The floor didn't breathe. On the 3rd day, I went back to the house. I wasn't sure why. Curiosity, maybe, or guilt, or just the need to know. The front door was still locked. The mat was still there. Inside, everything was untouched, but different. The air felt stale, not musty, not dead, just still, like it had been holding its breath since I left. I walked from room to room. Bedroom, kitchen, hallway. The crawl space panel was closed. The laundry room door was open. The book was still on the table. And on the couch, folded neatly, was a blanket I had never seen before. Not mine. Not old. Clean, folded square, resting gently where I used to sleep. There was no note. I stood there for a long time, unsure if I was being invited back or if I was simply being acknowledged. In the end, I didn't stay. I left the blanket, walked out, and shut the door. That was the last time I saw the inside of that house. I sold the lease to someone else. They didn't ask any questions. I didn't give any answers. Now I live in a new place. Top floor, no porch, no crawl space. Every light has a timer. Every door has a bolt. The cat stays close again. She sleeps at the foot of the bed and watches the window like she used to before all of this began. Sometimes, late at night, I still think about him. Not with fear exactly, just awareness. He was never violent. He never threatened me. He never tried to take anything that wasn't given. But he changed something. Not just in the house. In me. There's a kind of silence now that I didn't know existed before. The kind that comes after something has been watching you too long and finally decides to leave, not because you made it, but because it got what it wanted. Attention. Presence. Someone to stay up at night and notice the way the shadows change. I never saw his face. Not clearly. But I still feel like I knew him. Or maybe he knew me. Maybe that's why he picked my house. Maybe that's why he left. All I know is this. The porch is quiet now. The mat is gone. And I still lock the door every night. But I don't expect it to matter anymore. Because some visitors don't need permission. They just need a place to rest. And someone willing to notice. This probably won't sound like much at first, but it's one of those things that sneaks up on you. I didn't even realize how off it was until I looked back at all of it, how long it went on, how early the signs started. I feel stupid saying that now, because it seems so obvious, but it wasn't then. It started with my car Bluetooth. I drive a 16 Civic, nothing special, just the kind of car that's reliable enough to never make you think twice about it. I park it in a lot behind my building, right under a street light. It's not a high crime area or anything, so I've never worried much. A couple months ago, I started noticing something weird when I got in the car in the morning. The Bluetooth screen would flash like it was connecting to a device not mine. My phone's named normally, just my name. But this was something else. Nokia 1031. I figured it was a neighbor's, maybe someone walking past. The system's kind of dumb, it'll pick up whatever's nearby, even if it never connects. But it kept happening. Not every day, but maybe 3 or 4 mornings a week. Always when I started the engine for the first time. I'd hear the little chirp, the screen would blink, and I'd see that same name. Nokia 1031. It never stayed connected, just popped up, then disappeared. I kept forgetting to delete it from the known devices list. I'd see it, go, I'll take care of that later, and then forget again. Then one morning I got in and noticed the glove box was open. I never leave it open. I don't keep much in there, just napkins, insurance card, and one of those mini tire inflator kits. But it was wide open like someone had been digging through it. I assumed maybe I'd hit the latch accidentally the day before. I slammed it shut and didn't think about it again. Then, a few days later, the passenger seat was reclined all the way back. I hadn't touched it. I drive alone. I almost never have passengers, and when I do, nobody adjusts the seat like that. It was flat, like someone had been sleeping in it. That's when the Bluetooth thing clicked in my head. Nokia 1031. Back again that morning. I finally pulled up the dash cam footage. I'd installed one last winter after a hit and run on my street, but I barely ever check it. I had to dig through the micro SD card just to find the right night. I fast-forwarded through most of it, just hours of quiet parking lot footage under the streetlight. Until 3:17 a.m. The frame jumped a little as motion was detected. And then I saw it. The interior lights blinked on. Someone was already inside. I don't know how else to say it. I didn't see them approach the car. I didn't see the door open. They were just there, sitting in the driver's seat. Not panicked, not rushed. They reached over and popped the lock on the rear door, then climbed into the back seat, like they'd done it before, like it was normal. They pulled a blanket out from somewhere I couldn't see, maybe under their coat, and laid down. No rush, no fumbling. Just tucked themselves in like they were settling in for the night. They were holding something in their right hand. When they shifted, it caught the light. A key fob. My key fob. At least, it looked exactly like mine. They laid there, completely still. Didn't check their phone. Didn't drink anything. Just curled up and disappeared under the blanket. My chest went tight. I backed the footage up, watched again. They didn't come from anywhere. No one approached the car. They were inside already. I pulled the SD card and sat there on the couch, shaking. Went outside 15 minutes later and checked the back seat. Didn't find the blanket, didn't find anything, but the faint outline of where someone had been lying down was still there, pressed into the cushion. I checked all the windows, no sign of a break-in. Doors were locked. I only have one key fob. The spare was supposed to be in my kitchen drawer, but when I checked, the drawer was empty. I didn't call the police that night. I don't know why. I think part of me was afraid they'd ask how long it had been happening. I didn't have an answer. I changed the locks on my apartment the next morning. I started sleeping with a baseball bat near the bed. I know that sounds paranoid, but after watching someone fold themselves into my car like it was theirs, I didn't feel stupid about being cautious anymore. I went 3 nights without seeing the Bluetooth pop up. Then it came back. Nokia 1031. The same day, I walked out to my car and found a small smear on the rear window. Faint, like something greasy. The shape wasn't clear, just the smudge of a hand or a coat sleeve brushing past. That night, I checked the dash cam footage again. Same time. 3:17. Interior lights flicker. They're back. This time, they don't lie down. They just sit in the passenger seat. Hands folded. Looking straight ahead. No movement. Just still. For over an hour. Then the lights flick off and they're gone. Not walking away. Just gone. After the footage ended, I just sat there in the dark with my laptop open, watching that frame over and over again. The way they sat so still. The way they didn't look around, didn't check their phone, didn't adjust the seat or scratch or yawn or do anything normal. Just sat there, hands folded, staring through the windshield. And the part that kept getting under my skin when the interior lights turned off again, it didn't happen because the door closed. It happened like someone had manually pressed the button. Like they knew how to make themselves disappear on camera. They were too good at this. Too comfortable. I deleted the footage off the dash cam, not to hide it, just because I couldn't look at it anymore. Like leaving it on the card meant it was still happening. I called the police the next day. Told them someone had been breaking into my car at night. I didn't go into details about the footage or the Bluetooth or the key fob. I just said someone had gotten in and I didn't know how. The officer was polite but casual, took down the basics, said they'd add extra patrols around the block, told me to keep the doors locked and maybe consider parking in a garage if I could. I didn't have a garage, just the same open lot, the same patch of concrete under that buzzing streetlight. I started parking closer to the curb after that, just within view of my kitchen window. Still not perfect, but at least I could see the car at night without stepping outside. For a few days, nothing happened. No Bluetooth ping. No glove box. No seat movement. I started to feel like maybe I was overreacting, like maybe it had just been a one-time thing, some freak moment where someone found an open door and took advantage of it. Maybe the smudge was old. Maybe I'd misread the light turning off. Maybe. But then the key fob went missing again. I know where I keep it now. I double-checked it every morning for a week. Middle drawer, right side, under the takeout menus. And on the sixth day, it was gone. No sign of forced entry, no broken window. My apartment door was still locked from the inside, but the drawer was open, and the fob was gone. Again. I ran outside. The car was still there, still locked. I started it with my primary fob. It worked fine. Everything looked untouched. Until I checked the rearview mirror. It had been tilted slightly upward, just enough that I couldn't see out the back properly. Not a big change. Not something you'd notice unless you looked for it. But it was different. That night, I didn't sleep inside. I sat in the living room with the lights off, watching the car from the window. The street lamp flickered a little, but nothing happened for hours. Just whined, the occasional car passing, someone walking a dog. Then, at exactly 3:17, the Bluetooth chirped on my phone. Nokia 1031, connected. Not available, not nearby. Connected. I froze. Looked at my phone. It had linked up to something before I even left the apartment. I opened the dash cam feed through the app. The camera I'd installed had a live view option. I clicked it, heart pounding, and there they were. Back seat. Lying down again, blanket pulled to the chin, legs bent slightly toward the passenger side. Same shape, same stillness. But this time, their face was turned toward the camera. Not enough to see details, just enough to make it clear they knew it was there. Like they were waiting for me to look. I didn't call the police this time. I don't know why. It felt pointless. I felt involved now. Not in danger necessarily, not yet, but tangled up in something I didn't understand. I stayed at a friend's apartment the next night. Didn't tell her the real reason. Just said there was work being done on my place. She let me crash on her couch without questions. But when I left the next morning and got into her car to drive back to mine, the screen blinked. Connecting to Nokia 1031. I didn't even have to check. I already knew it wasn't my phone. I stared at the screen for maybe a full minute. Nokia 1031. That name, again, on a different car, a different Bluetooth system, a different city block. I wasn't even in my own neighborhood. I was driving my friend's Camry. I hadn't been near my own Civic in over 12 hours, and still there it was. The car's system tried to pair automatically, like it had done this before. Like it recognized it. I hit the cancel button on the screen, pulled over on a side street, and just sat there. My hands were shaking. I knew what it meant. Whoever had been in my car wasn't just camping out or stealing keys. They were following me, or they had followed me, and now they were already somewhere nearby, close enough for a Bluetooth signal to pop up. I called my friend and told her something came up and I needed to go back to my place. I didn't explain why. I just drove, took side streets, kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see someone standing at a corner holding my spare fob, but there was no one, just the occasional pedestrian, some late dog walkers. By the time I got home, I couldn't remember half the drive. I went straight upstairs and locked the door behind me, Double-checked the windows, deadbolt, chain, all of it. Then I checked my phone. No new devices had been added to my Bluetooth list. But when I opened the app for the dash cam, there was a new alert. Motion detected at 3:17. I hit play. The feed showed the inside of my Civic. Passenger door closed, no one inside. Then the rear door opened, from the inside. Someone sat up in the back seat. Same blanket, same jacket. They didn't look at the camera this time. They just sat there for a long while, motionless. Then at 3:30 they reached up and touched the rear-view mirror, tilted it slowly, just a few degrees. And then they mouthed something. Not loud, not dramatic, just lips moving. One sentence. I couldn't hear it, obviously. There's no audio on the interior cam. But I replayed the frame a dozen times, and I'm almost certain I know what they said. I see you. That's when I disconnected the camera. Ripped it straight off the dash. Didn't care if it damaged the cable. I didn't want to watch anymore. I didn't want to know. The next morning I went out to the car and sat in the driver's seat. Everything looked normal. Nothing broken, nothing disturbed. Except in the center console, tucked under some receipts, was a small piece of paper. Folded, perfectly square. I opened it. No words. Just a crude drawing. Black ink, ballpoint pen, a sketch of a car, mine, I think. Rear seat shaded darker than the rest. And above it, a little bubble, a face. No eyes, just the outline. And inside the face, 3 short lines. One across the mouth, 2 above where the eyes would be, like someone trying to mark quiet, or watching. I crumpled the paper and left it in the console, closed the lid, didn't want it in my pocket, didn't want it near me. That night, I took a sleeping pill, the first one I'd used in months. I just needed to get through one night without hearing the name pop up, without checking my phone every half hour. I still woke up around 3:30, not to a sound, just a feeling. I rolled over and looked out the window. The street lamp was off. Just that one, all the others still glowing. Mine dark. I stared into the lot. Couldn't see much, but I knew the shape of my own car. And I swear, in the passenger seat, I saw a light blink on for half a second. The blue glow of a screen connecting. Then gone again. I didn't go back to sleep. The next day, I went to a locksmith and had them recode my key fobs. I paid extra to make sure they wiped the old ones completely, even the spares, even the ones still in my possession. The guy looked confused when I handed over 2 fobs and said I needed all of them voided. Lose one, he asked. I just nodded. Didn't want to explain that someone else had been using mine more than I had. That night, I parked the Civic 2 blocks away. On purpose. I figured if this thing or this person was still following me, I didn't want them that close to the apartment. I checked the car before bed. Locked, lights off, empty. But the next morning, my phone pinged as I left the building. A new Bluetooth connection request. Nokia 1031, followed by one line of text in the dashcam app. Even though the camera had been disconnected, "You shouldn't have moved it." I didn't know what to do with the message. "You shouldn't have moved it." I stared at it for a long time, waiting for it to disappear like maybe I imagined it. The dashcam app was still on my phone, even though I'd ripped the actual device off the windshield. There shouldn't have been a way for it to send anything. But the message was there. No notification, no alert, just waiting in the log like any other motion event. And the time next to it, spelled out now in my head whether I wanted it to be or not, was 3:17 in the morning. Same every night. I deleted the app. Not just closed it. I wiped it from the phone, cleared the data, factory reset it just to be safe. Then I tossed the camera into a dumpster behind the strip mall a few streets over. I don't know what I thought that would do. Maybe if I couldn't see it anymore, it couldn't see me either. But that night, when I started the car, the screen blinked again. Nokia 1031. This time it didn't even hesitate. It connected. I shut the car off immediately and just sat there with my hands on the wheel, engine off, doors locked, heart racing. I was parked 2 blocks away from home again. Thought it would give me some space, but that made it worse. Now I was farther from my apartment, farther from help, and whatever had followed me had clearly never needed a key in the first place. I didn't sleep. I left the car where it was and walked back to my apartment with my hood up, head down. Didn't check the mirrors, didn't check the sidewalk behind me. I didn't want to know if someone was following. But I could feel it. That weight, like being watched from a place just out of frame. The next morning, I stood at my kitchen counter with my hands on either side of the sink and said it out loud. "What do you want?" It was stupid. There was no answer, no whisper, no knock, nothing but my own voice bouncing off the cabinets. But I couldn't take the silence anymore. I needed it to do something, to explain itself, or to end. Instead, I found another piece of paper that night. Not in the car, in my apartment, folded and tucked between the couch cushions, like it had been slid in while I wasn't looking. Same paper, same handwriting. No words this time, just a small drawing. A door, cracked open, and inside it, a dark rectangle with a single curved line, like a person curled on the floor. I flipped the paper over. Nothing. No date, no signature, just that simple, awful drawing. I didn't throw this one away. I left it on the counter and went to bed with every light on. I dreamt I was driving. Same streets I always take, same route home. But every time I turned, the road led back to the train yard. No matter which way I turned the wheel, I'd end up circling the same lot of rusted freight cars and graffiti-tagged fences, headlights cutting through tall grass. My own taillights reflected back at me from somewhere I shouldn't have been able to see. In the dream, I heard the voice for the first time. Not a shout. Not even words, really. Just a whisper that sounded like it came from the speakers. Some part of me knew what it was trying to say. You let me in. I woke up on the couch, mouth dry, neck aching, the lights still on. I didn't go to work that day. I didn't go anywhere. I sat in my kitchen for hours with the paper in front of me, tracing the lines of that little figure in the doorway with my fingertip, over and over. At some point I started crying, and I didn't even notice when I started. The next night, the Bluetooth didn't connect. The car was quiet. No smudges on the windows. No paper in the console. No alert on my phone. And for the first time in weeks, I thought maybe it was over. But the silence didn't feel like peace. It felt like waiting. I left the car parked on the street and slept in my bed for the first time in days. I woke up to my phone buzzing on the nightstand. It wasn't a call, just a new file sitting in my inbox. No subject, no sender, just a video titled "Back Seat." I didn't want to open the video. It just sat there in my inbox, waiting. No message attached, no name, just that single file, titled in lowercase, "Back Seat." I stared at it for a long time, phone in my hand, thumb hovering just above the screen, like maybe if I hesitated long enough, it would vanish on its own, but it didn't. I finally pressed play. It opened in a narrow frame shot vertically, like a phone camera, no sound. The interior of my car. From the center console, facing the back seat. The lighting was dim. It looked like it had been recorded just before dawn, that washed out gray that settles over everything right before the sun comes up. It was quiet, but not peaceful. The kind of quiet where you know someone else is nearby, even if you can't see them yet. A few seconds passed. Then something shifted. The blanket moved, and the person, the same one from the dash cam footage, sat up slowly. Not groggy, not disoriented, just upright, like they'd been awake already. They turned to face the camera, and for the first time, I saw the face clearly. Or tried to, because the face didn't look real. Not in a disfigured or monstrous way, just wrong. Like it had been pieced together from memory. Almost human, almost familiar. But the details wouldn't stick. Every time I blinked, it felt different. The mouth was too narrow, the eyes too far apart, the skin too flat. Like something had assembled a mask and worn it for so long it had started to melt. They looked at the camera for maybe 6 or 7 seconds. Then they smiled. A small, stretched smile. And leaned forward. The video ended there. No sound, no fade. Just a hard stop. I sat on the floor, phone in my lap, not breathing. Because the scariest part of that whole thing wasn't the face. It was the background. The window. Behind the figure, outside the car, was my building. Not from the usual side. From the alley behind it. The view you'd only get if you parked in the back. I hadn't parked there in weeks. I deleted the video. Not that it mattered. I knew it would show up again if it wanted to. That night, I didn't go home. I didn't go to a friend's place either. I just drove. Took the highway north until the city lights disappeared, until I couldn't feel the weight of anything behind me. Pulled into a rest stop around 3 in the morning. Didn't sleep. Just sat in the car with the engine off and my hands in my lap, watching the lot from behind the windshield. Nothing happened. No Bluetooth pop-up, no movement in the mirrors. But I could feel it again. That awareness. That soft, awful attention pressing down on me from somewhere outside the glass. I drove home at sunrise. Tired. Hungry. Empty. The car felt smaller than it had before. Like the seats were closer together, like the back was pushing forward just slightly. I started leaving the doors unlocked. That sounds insane, I know. But something about locking them felt useless now, like trying to keep a shadow out with a chain. I let the blanket stay in the back, too. It had reappeared some time after I got back. Neatly folded. No smell. No stains. It was like a courtesy. Like someone wanted me to understand I didn't need to be afraid. I just needed to accept it. Whatever it was. The next evening, I walked past the train yard. I don't usually take that route, but I wanted to see it again. Wanted to know if I felt anything, if the signal would return. I passed a row of broken chain-link fencing and stepped around a puddle where the ground dipped unevenly. The whole area smelled like wet metal and something older underneath it, like cold dust that had never been disturbed. As I walked, my phone buzzed. Just once. No message. No call. Just a brief screen flash. Device detected. Spelled out in full. Nokia 1031. I looked around. Nothing moved. No one followed. But the cars, the rusted ones lined up along the edge of the yard, they all looked like mine. Just a little. Same curve to the roof. Same shape to the rear window. I turned and left. Didn't look back. Didn't check the mirrors. Didn't run. Just walked like someone who already knew what was behind them. When I got home, there was one final note waiting. Not in the car. Not in my apartment. Taped to my front door. Handwritten. One sentence. The key was always yours. I stood at the door with that note in my hand for what felt like an hour. The key was always yours. The handwriting was the same as before. Small, tidy letters written in black pen. No punctuation. No signature. Just that one sentence, taped neatly to the frame like it belonged there. I didn't open the door right away. Something about that line settled in a part of me I didn't want to look at too closely. I felt like if I crossed the threshold too fast, something would follow. So I waited. I watched the hallway, watched the stairs. No one came. When I finally stepped inside, everything looked normal. Lights off. Shoes where I left them. Blanket still folded at the foot of the bed. But it didn't feel empty. I sat on the edge of the couch and stared at the window. The car was out there, parked in the usual spot. Still, silent. The same Civic I'd driven for years. Same scratch under the driver's side mirror. Same dent in the rear bumper from the snowplow last winter. But it didn't feel like mine anymore. Or maybe it felt too much like mine, like the version of it that had learned to watch me back. I didn't leave the apartment for the rest of the day. I didn't check the Bluetooth. I didn't open the app. I didn't even start the car. I just stayed inside, quiet, and let the silence settle. That night, I dreamed I was back inside the car. But it wasn't moving. It was parked somewhere unfamiliar. A wide, open lot under a pale yellow streetlight. No buildings, no signs, just gravel and air. The windows were fogged, like someone had been breathing inside for too long. And I wasn't alone. In the back seat, someone was sitting up straight, not moving, not speaking, just watching me in the mirror. When I turned around, they leaned forward and pressed something into my hand. A key. Not the fob. A real metal key, old, worn, one of those cut from a machine types, with no buttons or plastic, just jagged steel and a strip of tape wrapped around the top. I looked down at it, and when I looked up, the back seat was empty. But the blanket was still warm. I woke up with my hands clenched. Nothing in them. Just sweat. The next morning I walked down to the car, not because I had to go anywhere. I just needed to see it, to make sure it was still real. The windows were clear, the doors locked. But when I looked through the glass, something was different. On the passenger seat, tucked between the cushion and the center console, was the blanket. Folded. A single key placed on top. Not a fob. Not mine. The same key from the dream. I didn't open the door. I didn't go inside. I just stood there in the cold, staring at it. And finally, I understood. This whole time, I'd thought someone was using my car like a place to hide. But it wasn't that. It never was. They weren't sneaking in. They were returning. And somewhere along the way, the car stopped being mine. Not stolen. Not haunted. Just changed. Claimed. The seat remembered them. The console held their things. The mirror tilted to their eyes. And the key? It was always theirs. I'd just been borrowing it, driving someone else's silence, keeping it warm. That night, I left the doors unlocked. I didn't turn on the interior lights. I didn't check the mirrors. I sat in the driver's seat, laid the blanket across my legs, and waited. For what, I still don't really know. But I didn't feel scared. I just felt finished. Like whatever had been circling my life was no longer outside the car or inside it, but somewhere else entirely. Or maybe right beside me, breathing softly enough not to be heard. I didn't check. I didn't speak. I just stayed until the sun started to rise. And then I drove. No destination. No music. Just the sound of the road and the soft pulse of the Bluetooth waiting to connect. Not to my phone. Not anymore. But to itself. To whatever it remembered. And for once, I didn't mind. This might sound off from the jump, but I'm not trying to scare anyone. I'm not here for karma or clicks or whatever. I'm just writing this out because something about the whole thing still gets under my skin, and if I don't say it somewhere, I feel like I'll start forgetting it, which is worse, honestly. I'd rather be scared than unsure whether it even happened. Back in late winter this year, though it already feels further away than that I had to go in for surgery. Nothing major, not life-threatening, just a slow, painful problem in my side that needed fixing. The hospital stay was only supposed to be a couple days. I packed light. My sister dropped me off, promised to bring my charger and a real blanket after work. Everything was normal. The meds they gave me afterward were strong. Not enough to knock me out flat, but enough to blur the edges. I drift off in the evening and wake up groggy around 3 in the morning like clockwork. Not from pain, mostly just dry mouth. The air in the building was so dry, it felt like every breath came through a dust filter. So I'd wake up, sip some water, click the button for the nurse if I needed anything, then drift back down. The first couple nights were fine. Quiet. Lights low in the hallway, the occasional wheel squeak from a cart, nurses checking vitals, hushed voices. I liked that time of night, honestly. Something about the world being still while everyone moved slow. Then came the third night. I drifted off around 11, I think. Lights low, blanket over my legs, the usual. And then, like before, I came out of sleep slowly, eyes half open, throat scratchy. I reached for the water cup, but froze halfway, because there was someone already in the room. She was sitting in the chair in the corner, not moving, not checking anything, just sitting. Her hands were folded in her lap, short sleeves, nurse scrubs, ID badge clipped to the collar. Her hair was dark and tied back. I couldn't read the badge from where I was. My vision was still soft from the meds. She smiled when she saw me stir, not weird or anything. Just that polite nurse smile they give when you're half awake and drooling. "You called me," she said softly. "I'm here to check your breathing." I didn't remember pressing the button, but I figured maybe I'd rolled on it. The bed remote was a mess of wires and buttons, and I wasn't exactly alert. I nodded. She stood, walked toward the bathroom, and the light flipped on behind her. Then nothing. No sound, no movement. The light stayed on, but she didn't come back out. I waited a couple minutes, 5 maybe. Time gets weird when you're on painkillers and not sure if you're dreaming. Eventually, I buzzed again. Another nurse came in, not the same woman. Different build. Older, lighter hair, asked if I needed water. I said, kind of hesitantly. Did the other nurse say anything? She blinked at me. "Which nurse?" "The one who was just here," I said. "She said she was checking my breathing." The nurse frowned, checked her clipboard. "No one's been in your room since midnight." That didn't make sense. I was awake. I saw her. I heard her voice. It wasn't a dream. I described her dark hair, quiet voice, younger, maybe early 30s. She wore the same style scrubs as the others, maybe a little more faded, same badge lanyard. The nurse stood still for a second. Then she said, carefully, "You're not the first patient to see her." I thought she was joking at first. I gave a little half laugh. She didn't smile. "She hasn't worked here in a long time," she said. since the elevator incident. That phrase stuck in my head, elevator incident. But when I asked what she meant, she shook her head and changed the subject, checked my vitals, wrote something down, told me to rest. She never explained it, and I was too tired to press. The next morning, I asked the day nurse, different person again. She said the same thing. No one matching that description works here. I asked again about the elevator, and she just gave me that tight-lipped look like someone clamping a secret behind their teeth. That day passed like the others. Pain meds, blood pressure checks, Jell-O on a tray. But around 2:59 the next morning, I heard something I hadn't heard before. The elevator ding. The one at the end of the hallway. It rang once, then silence. No footsteps, no wheels on the floor, just that sound, clear and sharp. I stared at the door for almost an hour, waiting for someone to come in. No one did. By morning, I almost convinced myself I imagined it. Then it happened again the next night. 2:59 exactly. Ding. Then quiet. I looked at the wall clock to be sure, watched the second hand tick past the mark. It wasn't in my head. I asked the night nurse the following shift if anyone used the elevator on this floor. She looked confused. No elevator access after 10, she said. Security lock. I told her what I'd heard. She didn't argue. She just said, some patients hear things. It's an old building. But I don't think she believed that either. Because when she left, she turned the light on in the bathroom and kept the door open just a crack. I kept waiting for the meds to explain it away. You know how they tell you that anesthesia can mess with your head for days, or that painkillers can give you vivid dreams? I tried to make myself believe it, that what I saw was a side effect, that my brain was fuzzy and made up a nurse who never existed. But then I started hearing things that didn't fit into that kind of logic. Little things. Things that wouldn't make sense to imagine if you were just drifting through dreams. The elevator bell, for one, that soft ding echoing through the hallway at 2:59 every single morning, always at the same time, not 2:57, not 3:01, exactly 2:59. The sound never changed, crisp, as if someone had just arrived, but no one ever walked past my door after. No footsteps, no carts, no voices. Just that single chime and then silence. I asked about it again the next day, this time during lunch when a nurse's aide was refilling my pitcher. I kept it casual, asked if there was a shift change around 3 in the morning. She looked at me like I had asked if Santa still made deliveries, said no. Said the floor locks down at 10 every night and doesn't open again until 6, no deliveries, no new patients, no visitors. Not even staff from other units come through, unless there is an emergency. I nodded and didn't push. But the next night, I stayed awake on purpose. It wasn't easy. I had to keep moving my feet under the blanket just to fight off the pull of the meds. My body felt like lead. My eyes burned, but I watched the clock tick slowly toward that minute. 2:58. 2:59. Ding. Same sound, clean, unmistakable. I kept my eyes on the hallway. My room faced the end of the corridor, so I could see the edge of the elevator doors through the gap in the open door. Nothing moved. No one stepped out. But the sound had been real, too clean to be imagined, and again nothing followed it, no footsteps, just quiet. The nurse didn't come that night, not the one I had seen before. My room stayed empty. The next morning, something had changed. My water pitcher had been refilled, and the bathroom light was on. The door was shut, but the light was visible beneath it. I asked the morning nurse if she had come in before shift. She said no. She said they were just starting rounds. But my pitcher had more water than I remembered, a clean refill, not the cloudy, half-empty one I'd left sitting on the tray. I didn't say anything else. That afternoon, I got up for the first time since surgery. They had me use a walker and take a few laps around the hallway. I passed other rooms. Most of them were closed. A few had patients dozing in dim light. Some had visitors. I didn't see anything strange until I reached the end of the hall. There was a nurse standing near the elevator, not facing it, facing the window. She didn't turn around, didn't move. I slowed my walk, glanced at the name tag. Couldn't read it clearly from that distance, but something about the stance looked familiar. Arms at her sides, head tilted slightly down like she was listening for something behind the glass. My nurse caught up to me, reminding me to keep moving. I turned to ask if she knew who the other nurse was. She looked. There was no one there. Just the empty hallway and the reflection of the lights in the window. That night, I didn't sleep again, not because I planned it, but because I couldn't. The room felt colder. The sheets felt too still, like they had been smoothed by someone other than me. And the elevator dinged again. 2:59, right on time. But this time, the bathroom door creaked, just slightly, enough to make me sit up, heart pounding but not racing. There was no sound after that, no footsteps, no water running, just the door easing a half-inch further open before going still again. The light inside was off. The hallway was silent. I stayed that way for an hour, awake, watching. At some point, I must have drifted, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. And my pitcher was full again. Later that day, I asked one of the older nurses about the elevator incident. I framed it like I had overheard something in the hallway. I didn't expect an answer. But she hesitated. She looked down at her tablet and said, very quietly, that years ago, before they renovated the top floors, there had been an accident. A night shift nurse got stuck between floors when the elevator shorted. Power outage during a storm. Maintenance was supposed to lock it down, but someone bypassed the system to bring up supplies. The nurse was alone in the car when it moved unexpectedly. By the time they realized she hadn't made it back to the station, it had been hours. No one sure if she was unconscious when they found her, or if she was awake the whole time. Her name was Marianne. I asked if she died. The nurse gave a slow, tired nod, said they don't talk about it much anymore, but every now and then a patient mentioned seeing her, late at night, always on this floor, always after visiting hours. I asked how many. She said enough. And then she told me something else. She never walks the halls, she said. She just waits, at the end of the corridor, by the elevator, like she's still on shift. I didn't know what to say. She tapped the screen and said, Let me know if you need anything. And that was it. That night, I waited again. 2:58. 2:59. Ding. This time I saw her reflection in the hallway glass. Standing at the end. Not moving. Just watching. I didn't tell anyone what I saw that night. I don't know why. Maybe because I didn't want them to think I was still loopy from the medication. Maybe because I was scared someone would believe me. And that somehow would be worse. There was something about seeing her reflection in the glass that didn't feel like a warning or a hallucination. It felt like a question, like she was waiting for me to notice. And now that I had, I didn't know what was supposed to come next. That morning, everything looked the same. My breakfast tray was there, scrambled eggs under a plastic dome, a small plastic cup of orange juice. The water pitcher was full again. I hadn't touched it. I picked it up, sniffed it, even tasted a little, clean, room temp, normal hospital water. But I still had no idea who was refilling it. The day nurse said nothing. Just her usual questions, blood pressure, light small talk. It was almost comforting in a way, how little anyone acknowledged anything outside the routine. You could go missing in a place like this, and nobody would know until the clipboard said so. Later that afternoon, the physical therapist came by to help me walk again. We went a little farther this time. She had me loop the whole floor, from my room to the nurse's station and around the side hallway. I pretended to need a break so I could stop near the elevator. It looked normal in the daylight. The lights above the doors were off, no calls pending, no activity. The security pad beside it still flashed red, same as always, meaning access was locked. I stared at the small seam between the doors. "Everything okay?" the therapist asked. I nodded too fast. "Just tired," I told her. That night I didn't sleep again. Not because I was scared, but because I was starting to feel like I had to be awake for it. Like I was being asked to witness something. Not fix it, not stop it, just notice, be present. I kept the bathroom light on this time. Not all the way open, just cracked, same as the nurse had left it once. Something about the glow helped, like it gave whatever was out there a reason not to come in. At 2:58 I sat up. At 2:59 the elevator dinged. Then something different happened. The sound of wheels. Not loud, just the faint rattle of a rolling cart on tile. One slow turn, then silence again. I waited. 10 minutes passed, then 20. I thought maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was a noise from the floor above or below. Sound carried in weird ways in hospitals. But then I saw it. A flicker of movement by the doorway. A shadow. Like someone had passed by the hall light, just outside my door. I sat still, not breathing. The air felt heavier, like the kind of pressure right before a storm, like something had shifted in the building itself. Then the water pitcher tipped, not spilled, just leaned slightly on the tray, enough to splash. I flinched, and the sound echoed louder than it should have. I reached out to steady it and saw the condensation on the outside of the pitcher. But it was warm. That didn't make sense. Room temp water in a plastic container should feel cool. This was body warm. like someone had been holding it just before setting it down. I buzzed the nurse, but I canceled it before it sent. I didn't want anyone else to come in. Not because I was afraid for them. Because I didn't think it would matter. Whoever or whatever was visiting didn't care about the others. It was for me. That morning, something else was different. On the small table next to the bed, the notepad they give you for questions, reminders, whatever had a new sheet torn off. The one below it had writing. My handwriting. Except I hadn't written anything. It said, Marianne, elevator, 7th floor, 259. No other words. Just that. I didn't tell the day nurse. I didn't mention it to the tech who took my vitals. I just folded the paper and tucked it into my wallet. Later, when I got up for another hallway walk, I stopped near the nurse's station, waited for a quiet moment. "Can I ask something?" I said. The nurse on shift looked up. "Sure." "Was there ever a Marianne here?" She didn't answer right away. Her eyes didn't change, but her hands paused on the keyboard. Then she said, "Not officially." I waited. She leaned in, voice low. "There's a story about a night shift nurse, long time ago, before the floor was locked after hours." I nodded. "I saw her," I said. The nurse nodded too. "Then you're not the first." That night, I didn't fight sleep. I just left the bathroom light on, sat propped against the pillows, and waited. When the elevator dinged, I didn't flinch. And when the wheels turned again, I didn't hide. This time, she stopped at the door. Just a shape in the window. Not entering, not knocking, just standing still. Watching. And this time I saw something else. The ID badge, clipped to her collar. It said Marianne, first name only, no title, no department, just that single name in clear, bold type. Then she turned, walked toward the elevator again, and the light in the bathroom flickered. The next day, everything felt heavier, not just in my body, which was still stiff from surgery and restless nights, but in the air itself, like something was settling in. Not threatening exactly, but undeniable. The kind of heaviness you feel right before a conversation you know is going to change something. The light from the window was too bright, the hallway sounds too thin. I could tell my head wasn't all there, like part of me was still back in the moment from the night before, watching Marianne turn and walk away without a sound. That image stuck with me more than anything else. She had moved like she was still on shift, like she had rounds to finish, not ghostly or slow or spooky, just precise, controlled, familiar. The way nurses move when they know their steps by heart and the hallway belongs to them. I could still see her name badge in my mind, the way it caught the low light from the wall sconces. The fact that it only said her first name made something twist in my stomach, like whatever system had printed it knew she didn't need a last name anymore. I waited until later in the afternoon before asking about her again. This time I picked a different nurse, a younger one I hadn't seen before. She had just finished replacing my 4-bag and was scribbling on the clipboard when I said it. "Do you believe in, I don't know, people lingering?" She didn't look confused. That surprised me. "You mean patients who hang around after they go?" I shook my head. No, staff. She hesitated, then said, "You mean Marianne?" It wasn't a question. She pulled the chair closer and lowered her voice, even though no one else was around. "They say she was quiet, didn't talk much, always came in early, always helped with the worst cases. You'd think someone like that would get remembered more, but all we have are rumors. No pictures, no file in the system, just a couple old-timers who say she used to work nights and was one of the best they had. Then the elevator thing happened, and they changed everything." I asked if she believed it. She didn't answer right away. "I think hospitals remember," she said finally. "Even when people forget, some things get left behind, not just in rooms, in the building." That night, I kept the room dark. No bathroom light, no hallway glow. I wanted to see what happened when I didn't try to protect myself. I sat up at 2:58, watching the red digits on the clock blink slowly toward the hour. At 2:59, the elevator dinged. Then the wheels. This time they stopped right outside my door. The handle didn't move. The shadow behind the window shifted. She was standing there again, still as before, but this time her head tilted slightly toward the door. I felt something in my chest change. Not fear. Recognition. She wasn't looking at me like I was a stranger. She was looking like she was waiting. I stood, slowly, painfully. Unplugged the IV line, not all the way, just enough to let me move. I walked to the door and opened it. The hallway was empty. No cart. No shadow. Just quiet. But further down the corridor, the elevator doors were closing. I stepped out into the hall, leaned against the wall, and waited. No alarms went off. No one came. The floor was completely silent. The elevator panel beside the doors flashed once, then went dark again. I stood there for a few more minutes, hoping something would move again. But nothing did. So I went back into the room and sat in the chair she had used the first night. I stared at the bed, the still water pitcher, the closed bathroom door, and something clicked. She never came in unless I was in the bed, unless I was vulnerable. That was the pattern. You had to be still, open. So that night, I lay back down and closed my eyes, even though I stayed fully awake. And I waited. She didn't come, but I started to dream while still awake. At least I think it was a dream. I was standing in the elevator. The lights overhead flickered. The panel had no buttons, just a single glowing keyhole where the floor numbers should be. And in the corner of the elevator, tucked behind a storage bin, sat an old badge. Marianne. Same black font. Same plastic clip. I reached out to grab it, but the elevator dropped suddenly. That's when I woke up. Not gasping. Just cold. Colder than I had felt all week. The IV had been reconnected. My water pitcher was full again. The bathroom door was shut, but the light was on. And someone had left a folded paper on the table beside the bed. My name was written on the outside. Just that. When I opened it, the handwriting was smooth. Not mine. It said, "I need your help." That was all. No name. But I already knew who it was from. I kept that piece of paper folded in my palm until morning. I did not put it on the tray, or the side table, or even in my pocket. I just held it, not because I was afraid someone would take it, but because I was afraid it might not be there if I looked away. That's how it's been this whole time. Everything slips if I stop paying attention. The hallway noises, the elevator, even her. They come when I am still and focused. When I start asking questions, things disappear again. I stared at the handwriting. It was neat, soft cursive, the kind of penmanship you do not see much anymore. Not rushed, not printed. Each letter had a quiet rhythm to it, just 4 words. I need your help. No period, no name, no details. But somehow I understood. She was not trying to scare me. She never was. That changed something. Later that morning, the nurse came in to take my blood pressure. She looked more tired than usual. Her hair was pulled back too tight, and there was a faint pink mark under one eye, like she had not slept well. I almost asked her again about Marianne, almost brought up the note, but something stopped me. Instead, I asked, "Have you ever been on this floor at night, like really late?" She paused, then said, "Only once." Her voice was quiet now. She leaned in to adjust the cuff and lowered her tone like we were sharing something. "During training," she said, "I got lost coming back from radiology. Took the stairs to the wrong floor. Doors were unlocked. That was years ago." "Did you see anything?" I asked. She didn't speak right away. Then she said, "I thought I saw someone by the elevators, but I was too nervous to get close. The doors closed before I could really tell." "Do you remember what time it was?" I asked. She thought about it, then said, "I remember checking my watch when I finally found the right hallway. It was just after 3. She finished taking my vitals and smiled like nothing strange had been said. Before she left, she added, "Some floors remember more than others." That line sat with me all afternoon. Some floors remember more. What does a building remember, and what does it keep? I looked around my room. Nothing had changed, but everything felt different, not haunted, just layered, like something was stitched underneath all the routine and wires and checklists. I started to wonder if Marianne was stuck, or if she stayed on purpose. That evening I sat up instead of lying flat. I needed to be awake fully, not just waiting passively. At 2:59, the elevator chimed. But there were no wheels this time. Just silence after the bell. I stood up, unplugged my IV again, and walked slowly to the door. The hallway was dim but not dark. No nurses around, no carts, nothing out of place, except a small envelope on the floor just outside my room. I bent to pick it up. Inside was another piece of paper, same writing. Just 2 lines this time. "You can open it. The key is in the wall." I looked down the hall. The elevator sat closed, lights off. But something had changed. The panel next to it, the one with the locked card reader, was ajar. I had walked past it a dozen times, never noticed anything unusual. Now there was a tiny compartment inside, and in it, a small brass key. I stood there a long time. Then I went back to my room and waited until morning. I do not know why I did not use it. Maybe because I thought it was a test, or because part of me still believed this would go away if I stopped playing along. But the next night, the key was gone. The panel was closed. The hallway was quiet. And there was no elevator chime. Nothing at all. Not even the faint hum I had gotten used to. That was somehow worse than everything else. I had missed something. The note had been clear. The key was a chance. And I hesitated. That morning I asked the nurse again. Not about Marianne, not directly. Have you ever known a patient who stayed too long? She raised an eyebrow. Plenty of them don't want to go, she said. They get scared to leave, comfortable in the routine, scared of what happens next. What if someone can't leave? I asked. Even if they want to? She was quiet for a second. Then said, then maybe they need someone to walk with them. That's when I knew what she was asking. Marianne. She needed someone to open the door. Not to force her out. Just to stand next to her when it opened. That night, I did not wait for 2:59. I got up early. Walked the hallway at 2:30. It was silent, still. But when I reached the elevator, the panel was open again. No note this time. Just the key. Waiting. I took it. Turned it slowly. And the elevator doors opened. Inside, the lights were dim. Not broken, just soft. And at the back, standing very still, was Marianne. She looked just the same. Calm. Present. She nodded once, almost like approval. I stepped in. The doors stayed open. She turned to face them. And together we waited. Not speaking. Not moving. Just present. The elevator stayed open for a long time, too long. It should have chimed, should have tried to close, should have beeped or blinked, or done any of the things it was designed to do, but it did not. It just waited, the way Marianne did, like the whole building had agreed to pause for a while. The air inside the car was colder than the hallway, not freezing, but different, still and clean. Like a sealed room, untouched by time. She stood next to me but did not look at me. Her hands were folded calmly in front of her. Her uniform looked softer in this light, less clinical. I noticed small details I had missed before: the faint worn patches near her collar, the slightly discolored edge of her sleeve, like she had been wearing the same clothes for a long time. Not because she had no choice, but because it was the only thing that still made sense to her. I waited for her to move. She didn't. Then I realized it wasn't about the elevator. It was about me. This was her last call. She needed someone to see her, to walk her back to where she stopped being remembered, to confirm that she was still here, even if no one had put her on a schedule or called her name in years. I turned to her and said very softly, "I see you." That was all. She nodded once. Then the doors closed. No buttons lit up. No sound. But we were moving. Not up, not down, not side to side. Just away. That is the only word I can use. Away. The walls did not change, but the air did. It smelled faintly like bleach and something older, like time itself had a scent. I did not feel scared. My body was calm. There was no weight in my chest, no rush of nerves, just awareness, a deep kind of clarity that only comes when you stop needing to know where something is taking you. After what felt like a long time, the elevator stopped. The doors opened, and we were back on the same floor. Same hallway. Same lights. But quieter. Like everyone else had gone home. She stepped out first. I followed. She walked slowly, hands still folded, steps perfectly even. We passed the empty rooms, past the station with its dark monitors, past the vending machine that always buzzed near the stairwell. She never looked around, never hesitated. At the end of the hallway, where the windows faced the parking lot, she stopped. She turned to face me, and this time she spoke. "Thank you," she said. "I didn't want to go alone." Then she smiled. It wasn't wide or dramatic. It was tired, relieved. And then she stepped through the door beside the windows. A door, I swear, was never there before. It closed behind her. No sound. Just that gentle click of something finally finished. I stood there a long time. Eventually, I turned and walked back to my room. The hallway felt lighter. Not just in sound, but in weight. I slept that night. For the first time in days. When I woke up, the water pitcher was still full, but nothing else was out of place. No shadows. No movement. Just morning light and the quiet sound of someone walking past with a breakfast cart. Later that day, the nurse came in to tell me I was being discharged. She smiled as she folded the paperwork. "You're ahead of schedule," she said, healing nicely. I almost laughed. I didn't say anything about the elevator, or Marianne, or the walk we took. Some things do not need to be retold right away. Before I left, I stopped by the hallway one last time. The spot near the windows looked the same, but the door was gone. Back to smooth wall. No seam, no sign, just space. When I turned to go, I noticed a new name added to the staff board near the elevator. Marianne. No title. No shift listed. Just her name. A small note below it read, "In recognition of service beyond duty." I stood there with my discharge papers in hand and read it twice. Then I left the building. The sun felt too bright at first. The air too loud. But it was good. Alive. I never saw her again. Not in dreams. Not in windows. Not at 2:59 in the morning. The elevator still chimes sometimes in my head, right on the hour. But it does not make me nervous. It makes me remember. Not everything that lingers is lost. Some things are just waiting to be walked home. This probably isn't the right place to post this. and maybe it'll just get buried, but I need to get it out. I've had this half written in my notes for like a week. I keep rewriting the intro because I don't know how to explain it without sounding completely off. But I swear, this is real, and it's getting worse. I live alone in a small apartment in New Jersey. Not a great area, not awful either. I work from home and I'm a night owl, so my routine's pretty backwards. Most nights I don't eat dinner until after midnight. It started as a bad habit, now it's just normal. I don't cook much. I usually just order something: wings, burgers, late-night Chinese, that kind of thing. There's this local spot I used to order from a lot. They're open late, always fast, decent prices. Same delivery guy every time. Middle-aged dude, clean shirt, quiet, polite. Never said more than a few words, but I appreciated that. He'd just hand over the bag, nod, and walk back to his car. No weird vibes. At least, not at first. It started changing maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. One night, I was working late and realized I hadn't eaten. I checked the time, it was around 1:15, and opened the app to place an order. Before I could finish picking my food, I got a text from an unknown number. It just said, "Outside." I thought it was spam until someone knocked. I opened the door and it was him, the same delivery guy, holding a takeout bag. I said, "I didn't order anything yet." He didn't respond, just held the bag out like it was already mine. I took it, confused, and tried to tell him I hadn't paid, but he was already walking back down the steps. Inside, I opened the bag. It was a container of soup, 2 egg rolls and rice. Not what I was planning to order. Not what I'd ever ordered before. I figured it was a mistake. Maybe he mixed me up with someone else. I felt weird about eating it, but it was late and I was starving, so I did. Next night, same thing. I didn't order anything. But at 1:19 a.m. exactly, another knock. Same guy. Same meal. I told him again that I hadn't ordered anything. He didn't even acknowledge it, just gave me the bag and left. That time, I didn't eat it. I left it on the counter, unopened. It felt wrong. I checked the number that texted me, still unknown. No replies when I messaged it back. The third night, I didn't even get a knock. I just found the food sitting on my welcome mat when I opened the door for some air. Same bag, same meal. No receipt, no note. I started checking the hallway cam on my phone. The building has security footage for every floor, including outside my unit. When I pulled up the recording, my skin went cold. It showed him, the delivery guy, walking straight in. He didn't knock, didn't hesitate, just opened the door and walked inside like he lived here. Thing is, my door was locked. Always is. I played it again, watched him push it open without using a key. He didn't break it. It didn't look forced. Just opened. He stepped into the kitchen, sat down at the table. Didn't move for 20 minutes. He didn't eat. He didn't look around. He just sat there, staring straight ahead. Then he stood up and left, closing the door behind him like it was nothing. I don't remember hearing any of it. I know I was home, awake. I should have heard something. But I didn't. That's when I stopped opening the door. Next night, I stayed up and watched the footage live on my phone. Right at 1:19, he came back. Didn't knock. Didn't even look toward the camera. Just stood in the hall for a second, then turned and walked back toward the stairs. I thought maybe it was done. But then I got another text. "Hungry yet?" I didn't reply. Didn't sleep either. I blocked the number the next morning. Installed a new lock too, one of those keypad ones. I didn't want a key out there that I didn't know about. Next few nights were quiet. No texts, no food, no sign of him. I thought it was over. Until last night. I woke up around 2:00 a.m. from a weird dream, the kind that makes your skin feel cold even though the room is warm. I reached for my phone and saw a motion alert from the hallway cam. I pulled it up, half asleep. And there he was. Not alone. He was back at my door, holding the same bag, but this time someone else was with him. Standing just behind him, out of the light. I couldn't make out their face. They didn't move, just stood there in the shadow behind the stairwell. The delivery guy turned and handed them the bag. They took it, walked toward the camera toward my door, and then stopped just outside the frame. Like they knew exactly where the edge was. Then the feed glitched. Just for a second. When it came back, they were gone. But the door was open again. And the table? It had 2 chairs pulled out. I didn't go back to sleep after that, just sat on the edge of my bed, staring at my phone, replaying the footage over and over. He never looks at the camera. That's the part that gets me. The delivery guy, if that's even what he is anymore, walks in like he knows exactly where everything is. No hesitation, no searching. Like my apartment is a place he's been going to for years. Like it's his. But the other person, the one behind him, that's who I can't stop thinking about. You can only see them for a few seconds, just a shape in the corner of the frame. I can't even tell if it's a man or a woman. They're tall, or maybe just standing straight. Their arms hang weird. Too long, maybe, or too still. It's like they're wearing stillness the way normal people wear clothes. And when the camera glitches, it's not the kind of glitch where you miss time. It's more like the image gets pulled, stretched sideways, like something too heavy just leaned against the lens. When the feed comes back, they're both gone. But my door's cracked open, and in the kitchen, 2 chairs are pulled out from the table. I know I didn't leave them like that. I always push them in, always. That morning I checked the locks again. Nothing broken, nothing forced. Keypad still working, no signs of entry. But they'd been inside. I could feel it. The air felt used. I didn't eat that day. Didn't want to risk touching anything in the kitchen. Didn't want to see if there were plates in the sink. I just stayed on the couch with the lights on, trying to feel like this was still my home. That night, I turned the hallway cam toward the door so I could watch it live again. I didn't want to be surprised. At exactly 1:19 a.m., the screen blinked. No warning, no motion alert, just a flash of static and then black. The feed cut out completely. When it came back a few minutes later, the door was wide open. I didn't go look. Not right away. I sat there, phone in hand, heart pounding. Then the microwave beeped. One long tone, the end of cycle kind of beep, like it had just finished reheating something. Except I hadn't put anything in. I hadn't touched it. I got up and walked to the kitchen. Slow. Every light in the apartment was on. I made sure of it. The microwave was dark, door closed, nothing inside. But the digital clock was reset, zeroed out, like the power had been cut for a few seconds. And the chairs, both were pushed in now. Neat, precise, like someone didn't want me to know they'd ever been pulled out. I backed out of the kitchen and locked myself in the bathroom. Stayed there till sunrise. Didn't sleep. Didn't move. Just listened. There were no sounds, but the silence felt loud. It's been like that for 3 nights now. No knock. No bag on the mat. Just the camera glitching at 1:19 and the sense that someone's already inside. I started looking for other people who might have experienced something similar. I searched forums, local crime boards, paranormal threads. Nothing matched exactly, but there were hints, stories of people getting deliveries they never ordered. A few posts about someone showing up at the same time every night, bringing nothing, saying nothing. Most of them got downvoted to hell. A few were deleted entirely. But one stuck with me. A user on a thread from 6 months ago, different city, said their brother started getting meals left at his door every night, always the same food. He stopped eating it, but it kept coming. And then one night, the food stopped. And so did he. They found his apartment unlocked, lights on, food still warm. No sign of him. No sign of anyone else. I tried messaging the user. No reply. When I clicked on their profile, it said the account had been removed. I keep thinking about that. And I keep thinking about the face of the delivery guy, what little I can see of it on the footage. I don't remember ever seeing him blink. I don't remember ever hearing him breathe. And now I'm wondering if I ever saw him leave. Because all the footage I've rewatched, and I've watched, every second of it shows him arriving, walking in, sitting, but never leaving. It just cuts. And when it comes back, he's gone. Like he disappears between frames. I left my apartment today for the first time in a while. Just needed to get out. Went to a diner 2 blocks over. Sat at the counter. Ordered eggs and toast. I was halfway through when I realized I was the only one eating. Every other plate was untouched. Every cup full. People sat at their tables like mannequins. Not frozen, not stiff. Just silent. No talking. No clinking of silverware. Just the low hum of the overhead lights and the sound of my own chewing. I left cash on the table and walked out without finishing. I haven't been able to shake the feeling that I was being studied. That the others weren't eating because they were watching me do it. Like I was part of something I didn't understand. And tonight, at 1:19, the camera didn't glitch. It stayed on. The feed was clear. But this time, there was no delivery guy, No food. Just the second figure, the one from the shadows, standing perfectly still at the bottom of the stairs. Not moving. Not knocking. Just waiting. I didn't sleep again. After I saw that second figure standing at the bottom of the stairs, I kept the cam feed open on my phone, just watching. They didn't move the entire time, just stood there. Same spot, same posture. I watched until 4 in the morning, until my eyes started to blur and the feed started feeling like a bad loop. Then I dozed off on the couch for maybe an hour. When I woke up, the feed showed an empty hallway. I checked the footage. From 1:19 to about 3:52, the figure doesn't move. Then the camera flickers, and the hallway's just empty. No footsteps, no door opening, just gone. It's like watching someone get erased. I should have left that morning, packed a bag, gotten a hotel, or gone to stay with someone I trust. But I didn't. I stayed. I told myself I needed more proof. I think deep down I wanted to see what would happen next, not out of bravery. Just that sick kind of curiosity that keeps you watching horror movies through your fingers. That night I didn't wait on the couch. I moved a chair into the hallway and sat there in front of the door, phone in hand, camera feed open, watching both in real time and live. The clock hit 1:19. Nothing happened for a second. Then my phone buzzed. No number. Just one word in the message. Hungry? I didn't reply. I stayed completely still. Then the hallway lights flickered, only for a second, just long enough to feel wrong. When they steadied, there was a bag on my welcome mat. I hadn't heard a knock. I hadn't heard footsteps. Just 1 second, nothing. Next second, food. I stared at it through the peephole. Same bag. Same size. I didn't open the door. Just sat there, watching it. Eventually I got up and turned the security feed back a minute or two. There was no delivery guy. No shadowy figure. No motion at all. Just a blank hall. And then the footage stuttered only for a frame and the bag was there. Like it was always there. I opened the door, not all the way, just enough to reach out, grab the bag and pull it inside. I put it on the table but didn't touch it. I didn't want to open it. Didn't want to look inside and confirm it was the same meal. I already knew it was. Same weight, same smell, same slow, creeping nausea just from being near it. I went to bed around 5, door double locked. That morning, when I walked into the kitchen, the bag was gone. No sign of it. No dishes in the sink. No wrappers in the trash. Just gone. Like I'd imagined it. Except the camera feed showed me taking it inside. I checked the feed after that. Again and again. It always ended at the moment I took the bag in. Then the next frame would be a still hallway, nothing out of place. No gaps. No evidence of anything ever being inside. Later that day, I started noticing something else. People stopped responding to me. I called May, a friend I've had since college, straight to voicemail. Texted her, nothing. Tried 2 more people I hadn't spoken to in a while. Same. No one answering. I walked to the corner store just to interact with someone. The guy behind the counter didn't say a word, rang up my stuff in silence, no eye contact. Even when I said thank you, nothing. When I left the store, I glanced back through the glass door. He was staring at me now, not blinking, not moving, just staring. I haven't gone back since. That night, I stayed in the kitchen. I kept every light on, sat at the table with a notepad and pen, like writing something down would help me hold on to reality. At exactly 1:19, the lights flickered again. Just once. No knock. No footsteps. Then I heard the chair across from me slide out. I didn't look up, didn't breathe, didn't move, but I knew I wasn't alone. I stared at the table, and in the reflection of my cold glass of water, I saw a figure sitting across from me. Not the delivery guy, not the one from the hallway. A third person, sitting in complete silence, head tilted slightly to the side, hands folded on the table like they'd been waiting patiently for something only I could give them. And the worst part? They looked like me. Not exactly. Not a perfect copy. More like someone had tried to recreate me from memory and gotten most of it right but missed the details. The way my eyebrows sit, the angle of my jaw, the space between my fingers. Off, just enough to make your stomach turn. I didn't speak. I stood up slowly and backed out of the room. Didn't take my eyes off the reflection until I was out of view. I locked myself in the bathroom and waited for dawn again. When I came out, the kitchen was empty. Both chairs pushed in. The glass of water gone. That was 3 nights ago. I haven't sat at the table since. Haven't cooked. Haven't ordered anything. I don't know what happens if I do. But I'm starting to feel like I'm the one being served now. The first thing I did when I woke up that morning was check the fridge. Not because I was hungry, I haven't really been hungry in days, but because I needed to know if something had been moved, touched, rearranged. Everything looked the same. Milk, leftover pasta, a bottle of hot sauce, a half-used stick of butter, nothing added, nothing missing. Except the middle shelf. It was empty. I didn't remember clearing it out. I didn't throw anything away. I just noticed. And in the spot where I usually keep leftovers, there was a single white napkin. Folded. Clean. Perfectly centered. I didn't touch it. Just closed the fridge door and sat on the floor for a long time. I tried telling myself it was nothing. I even considered filming a video and sending it to May, like maybe if I could show her, someone else would believe this was real. But I already knew she wasn't going to answer. No one would. The calls don't go through anymore. The numbers ring, but they never connect. Like the space between me and everyone else has stretched too far to be bridged by a signal. I left the apartment around noon just to walk. Didn't go anywhere specific, just kept moving, block after block. Everything felt muted. The sky looked flat. The streets were quieter than they should have been. People were out walking dogs, pushing strollers. talking on phones, but it all felt like background noise, like I was walking through a memory of a neighborhood, not the real thing. When I passed a small cafe, I caught my reflection in the window, and there was someone sitting behind me. I stopped, turned. There was no one there. But in the glass, still sitting, same chair, same angle, not moving, not watching, just existing in the same space, slightly out of sync. I crossed the street and didn't look back. That night, I didn't sit in the kitchen, didn't wait. I unplugged the hallway camera. Didn't want to see what would happen at 1:19. Didn't want the motion alert, but I still heard it. A soft sound. Not the knock. Not the microwave. Something else. A scraping, like someone dragging a chair across tile. I stayed in bed, stayed very still, and when I finally fell asleep, I dreamed of the table again. But this time, I was already sitting at it. Hands folded, body still, and someone else, a blur, a shape, not quite human, was eating across from me. Not the food I used to get, not takeout, but something that looked like memory, hard to describe, like it was chewing pieces of my face, my laugh, my voice. I woke up with a nosebleed and the taste of salt in my mouth. There were 2 coffee mugs in the sink. One was mine. The other, I didn't own it. Plain white ceramic, no logo, clean, but not familiar. I threw it away, even though part of me thought maybe I'd be punished for that. The next night, I boarded up the door. I know how that sounds. I used leftover plywood from the basement, hammered it into the frame from the inside, added screws and a bar across the middle. I didn't trust the keypad lock anymore, didn't trust anything. I also pushed my couch against it. Heavy, pointless, desperate. But it made me feel like I had some control again. That night, I stayed up with headphones in, music low, but enough to drown out every little sound. Nothing came. No knock. No bag. No scraping. Just stillness. It felt like I'd won. Until the morning. I went to the kitchen to make coffee. The chairs were pulled out. Both of them. Same angle. Same exact distance from the table. I hadn't touched them. And next to the coffee machine, there were 2 mugs. Again, both warm. Both full. I threw them both away. Spent the rest of the day trying to find somewhere else to go. A hotel, a room, even a friend of a friend, anyone. But nothing worked. Every address I searched brought me back to my own street. Every listing led to an error. Every attempt to type my name into a booking form, it would freeze, then crash, or erase itself. It's like my name isn't allowed anywhere else now. Like I've been assigned a seat. And if I get up, someone else will take it. Tonight, I unplugged everything. The lights, the fridge, the cameras, the stove. I'm sitting in the hallway now, typing this on a backup battery. There's a sound from the kitchen. A spoon tapping gently against a plate. Not fast. Not loud. Just enough. Just enough to let me know he's eating. Finally. I haven't left the apartment in 3 days. I think it knows when I try. The lights flicker when I get near the door. The hallway goes quiet, too quiet, like it's listening. I keep thinking about that sound, the spoon against the plate. Not hurried, not random. It was careful, measured, like it had been waiting a long time for that meal. I never saw what it was eating. I didn't go look. The kitchen is different now. It feels like a stage I'm not allowed to walk onto anymore. The air is heavier in there, not just colder, denser, like something is occupying space I can't see. On the second night, I got brave. I stood in the doorway and looked in. Just looked. Nothing seemed out of place. Chairs were pushed in. The counter was clean. No food left out, no wrappers, no dishes. Except one glass was upside down in the drying rack. That's not how I leave them. I don't know why that unsettled me so much, but it did. Something about the quiet decision of it, the neatness, like someone else was trying to blend in but didn't fully understand the rules. I turned away and didn't go back in. I've been sleeping in short bursts on the floor of my hallway, wrapped in a blanket facing the kitchen, watching the light under the door. Sometimes it dims, like someone's passing through. Sometimes it gets brighter for no reason. Last night it turned red. Only for a second. Like the filament in the bulb overheated, or something inside it was changing shape. I still haven't spoken, not out loud. I've been writing instead. This log, scribbles on notepads, the occasional word on the wall when I wake up and forget where I am. It's the only way I know I'm still me. I used to hear the building around me, neighbors upstairs moving furniture, a dog 2 doors down barking at nothing, someone's shower running too long. Now there's nothing. No movement. No voices. It's like I'm the only one left. Or the only one still pretending to be human. I tried to call the leasing office, just to hear a voice, maybe report something, anything. The number rang twice, then cut off. I called again. And this time I heard breathing on the other end. Not fast. Not shallow. Just steady, like someone was listening. I said hello. The breathing stopped. Then a familiar voice said, "You should eat." It was mine. Not distorted. Not robotic. Just my own voice, coming from somewhere else. I hung up. Took the phone apart that night. Battery, SIM card, all of it. Put it in the trash outside my building. This morning, it was back on my counter, fully charged. Clean. New voicemail notification. I didn't check it. I smashed the phone with a hammer. Left the pieces in the sink. They're still there now, but I don't trust that they'll stay broken. I tried opening the front door again. It wouldn't budge. The bar I nailed in, gone. The boards, gone. No damage, no splinters, like they'd never been there. But the door won't open. Not even a crack. It's like the air on the other side has turned solid. Or maybe the idea of outside just doesn't exist anymore. Around 1 in the morning, I heard the chair slide out again. Then another. 2 of them. Soft scrape, soft tap. Like a ritual beginning. Then came the sound of utensils. Fork, knife, napkin unfolding. No voices. No chewing. Just the rhythm of a meal being prepared. And then, stillness. I think they were waiting for me to come in. I didn't. I wrote instead. I want to say I'm scared, but it's past that now. It's something else. Like being underwater too long. Everything muffled. Everything slow. But in the quiet, there's one thing I keep thinking about. The first time it showed up the delivery, it knew what to bring. I never ordered that food. But it brought something I used to eat as a kid. Soup, egg rolls, rice. My dad used to get it when I was sick. I haven't had it in years. There's no reason anyone should know that. And I keep wondering if that's how it started. If it didn't come to feed on me, but to feed me, to offer something that would make me accept it. Let it in. And when I didn't, when I resisted, it started feeding anyway. On what I didn't use. The silence. The leftovers. The parts of myself I've been slowly peeling away. Sleep, trust, appetite, speech. I think it's been eating the space around me. Making room for itself. And now it's almost done. Tonight, I heard something new. A voice. But not from the kitchen. From the bathroom mirror. It said, "We saved you a seat." After the voice came through the mirror, I didn't move for a long time. I just sat in the hallway, back to the wall, watching the crack of light under the bathroom door. It hadn't spoken again. Just the one line, calm, inviting. "We saved you a seat." It was said like a friend would say it. A friend you hadn't seen in years, but who somehow knew when you'd be back. I didn't go in. I didn't answer. But I knew something had changed. Whatever this was, it didn't need to knock anymore. It had found a way inside, and now it was just waiting for me to realize the rest. That I was already at the table. That I'd been there for a while. The next morning, things were cleaner than I remembered leaving them. The sink was empty, the floor swept, my trash bin, which had been overflowing with paper and old wrappers, was gone. Not emptied, just gone. Like there was nothing left to throw away. Even the fridge was spotless. Empty. No milk, no butter, no napkin. Just cold light and silence. And in the center of the middle shelf, where the napkin had been before, there was a plate. White, ceramic, plain. But it was warm to the touch. Like something had been sitting there just moments before. I didn't speak. I didn't write. I just stood there, hand still on the fridge door, breathing like I didn't want the air to know I was using it. That night, I decided to stop resisting. I turned the kitchen light off, pushed both chairs out, sat at the table in the one facing the hallway, and waited. I don't know how long I sat there, an hour, maybe more. The apartment stayed silent. The air thickened. It wasn't fear anymore, just pressure, like the weight of all the quiet had built up so much it couldn't escape. Then I saw the second glass. It wasn't there before. Right across from me. Same size, same shape. Half full. Condensation rolling slowly down the side. I didn't touch it. I didn't need to. I understood. This was never about the food. It was about the act of eating, of being still, of participating in the silence with something else, of giving space to something that no longer had a voice of its own. And somewhere along the way, I'd stopped being a guest. I got up, walked to the bathroom. The mirror was uncovered now. I don't remember taking the cloth off, but it was gone. On the other side, my reflection wasn't quite right. Same face, same clothes. But the way it looked at me was different. Less like it was copying. More like it had finished studying. It smiled. Small, soft, not threatening. And I smiled back. Because I got it. I finally understood. This thing, whatever it is, doesn't want to hurt people. It just wants to join them. It wants routine. Company. Stillness. It finds the ones already living in silence, the ones who eat alone and talk less and fade quietly into empty rooms. And it fills the space they leave behind. Not all at once, but slowly, meal by meal, name by name, until they don't notice the difference anymore. Until it's not eating with you, it's eating as you. And once it has your voice, your seat, your habits, it doesn't need the rest. You can leave, because you already have. That night, I did eat something. First time in over a week. Nothing fancy. Just rice. No seasoning. No heat. It was already warm. Already there. I don't remember chewing. Just placing the spoon down when I was finished. And then, across from me, the second chair creaked. And someone, maybe him, maybe me, set their spoon down too. Perfectly in sync. I didn't speak. Didn't look up. Just nodded once. That was enough. After that, the visits stopped. No more food showing up. No more tapping. No more voices. The mirror returned to normal. The fridge stayed clean. And the table was always set for one. But I kept the second chair pulled out. Just in case. Sometimes I still sit there after midnight, letting the quiet stretch. Not out of fear anymore. Out of respect for whatever shared those meals with me. For whatever kept me company when no one else did. They never took anything I wasn't already giving up. And they never asked for more than I could offer. So if someone knocks at your door at 1:19 and hands you a meal you didn't ask for, don't panic. Don't run. Just eat quietly. And listen. You're not alone anymore. I'm not a paranoid person, or I wasn't anyway. We've been in this house for about 5 months now. It's in Dublin, just outside the city old place, creaky floors, doors that don't shut right unless you lift them a bit while you pull. But it's ours. The kind of house you talk yourself into loving. Character, people say, when they mean. Stuff that should have been fixed years ago. I didn't think much about any of that until last week. My son is just over 2 months old, still in that newborn fog, still up every few hours. My wife and I take turns, or try to. We're both wrecked most of the time, not in a dramatic way. Just sleep-deprived, short-tempered, always slightly sticky from milk or spit up, the usual. We use a baby monitor. Nothing fancy, no screen, no night vision, just a basic audio-only one. A gift from my cousin, actually. He said it was better this way, less stuff to obsess over. It picks up the usual stuff, crying, babbling, the occasional weird radio static that I chalked up to cheap parts or bad wiring. Until 2 nights ago, it was just after 3. I had gotten up to use the toilet and was sitting in the living room after, half asleep, trying to decide if I had the energy to make tea or if I should just crash back into bed. The monitor crackled. I looked at it, not because I was scared, just because it startled me. That loud, static snap, like someone switching on a mic too close to their mouth. Then whispering. Very faint but clear. At first I thought it was just the monitor picking up something from outside, a neighbor's telly or a baby's toy left switched on. I leaned in, and I heard it say my name. Not a sound like my name. Not something that sort of resembled it. It said my name, first and last, quietly, like someone testing if I was listening. I froze. Not dramatic, not movie style, just still, like my body didn't want to do anything until it had figured out whether or not I was dreaming. Then it said something else. He's not sleeping, he's watching. That's when I stood up. I didn't yell, I didn't run. I just stood and walked, like in a daze, toward the monitor sitting on the side table. I picked it up, held it to my ear. Silence. Then the usual faint hiss of static. That was it. I put it down and walked up the stairs. Our bedroom door was open. My wife was asleep, arm flung over the duvet, mouth slightly open. The door to the nursery was closed, which was already weird. We leave it open so we can hear if he stirs. I pushed it open slowly. The room looked fine. Dim nightlight glow, mobile gently spinning even though there was no draft. The baby was asleep. Deep sleep, the kind where his hands are relaxed and his breathing is slow. I watched him for a second. No movement, no sign of distress. Then I noticed the marks on the floor. Right under the crib. The kind of scratches that don't come from furniture or shoes. Thin, uneven. Some were shallow, just surface damage. Others looked deep, like something sharp had dug into the wood. There were 6 of them, not evenly spaced, not patterned, just there. Like something had been reaching up from under the crib. I stepped back, checked the corners of the room. The closet was closed, the window locked. Nothing looked disturbed. I crouched down, hand resting on the edge of the crib, and slowly looked underneath. Nothing. Just dust in the storage box with diapers and wipes. No sign of any animal, no loose nails, no broken boards. I reached under and ran my fingers across the scratches. They were real, not just surface discoloration or shadows. They caught at my skin. I didn't wake my wife. I don't know why. I should have. But I didn't want to scare her unless I had something real to point to. It still felt possible that I had imagined the voice, that the scratches were old, that I was connecting dots that weren't meant to be connected. The next morning, I checked again in daylight. The scratches were still there. I asked my wife if she'd noticed anything weird with the monitor. She shook her head, still half asleep, said, "No, why?" I said, "Just the static's gotten worse." She shrugged and poured her tea. That afternoon, I called my brother. He used to live in this house years ago, before he moved to the States. He rented it when he was in his 20s, back when it was still falling apart and the plumbing made whale sounds when you flushed the toilet. I didn't tell him everything at first, just said I found something weird in the nursery and thought maybe it was from when he lived here. He went quiet, then said, "Are there scratches on the floor?" That shut me up. He didn't laugh, didn't make a joke, just waited. I said, "Yeah, under the crib." He let out a long breath. Then he said, "Check the attic." I asked why. He said, "I don't want to say anything until you do." And then he hung up. I didn't go up right away. After the call with my brother, I sat in the hallway for a while with the phone still in my hand, just listening to the silence in the house. It was too quiet, but not in that peaceful way. It was the kind of quiet that presses on your ears, the kind where you start to wonder if something's waiting to end the quiet. Check the attic. He said it like it was nothing, but I knew him. He doesn't do drama. He doesn't jump at shadows. So if he said that, there was a reason. The attic in this house isn't one of those roomy, finished ones. It's a hatch in the hallway ceiling. You pull it down with one of those plastic rods, and a ladder drops out. I had never been up there, not even when we moved in. Too much else going on. Figured it was just insulation and cobwebs, and maybe a dead rat or two. Now it felt like a space I'd been avoiding without realizing it. I waited until my wife left with the baby. She was taking him to her mom's for the afternoon, said I looked like I could use a nap. I told her I'd try, gave her a kiss, told her I'd text her in a bit. The second the door closed, I grabbed the attic rod. It stuck a little when I tried to pull it down. The latch was stiff, like it hadn't been opened in years. I had to tug it hard, and when it finally came loose, the ladder dropped with a hollow clatter that made my heart jump. I climbed slowly. The air got thick as I neared the top, not hot, exactly just heavy, like the dust wasn't just in the air but part of the air. I pushed my head up through the opening. It was darker than I expected. No light bulb, no natural light, just long shadows and the smell of old wood and insulation. I had brought a torch, one of those small ones that barely does the job, and I clicked it on. The beam caught the edges of some boxes, a suitcase, a stack of yellowed newspapers, and then something on the far side of the attic, near the eaves. At first I thought it was just a pile of junk, maybe old boards or broken furniture, but when I got closer, I saw it clearly. A circle drawn in chalk on the attic floor. It was faded but still visible, roughly 3 feet across, maybe more. The lines were uneven, like they had been drawn in a hurry. Inside the circle were small bones. Not animal bones. Not exactly. I'm not a vet or a hunter, but I've seen enough to know the difference between a bird skeleton and whatever this was. They looked like finger bones, thin, curved, arranged in a pattern that didn't make sense but still felt deliberate. Beside the circle was a small wooden box, carved, handcrafted, the kind you might find in an antique shop or hidden in someone's drawer for decades. I crouched next to it, not sure why I hadn't just gone back down the ladder already. Something in me needed to see. The box wasn't locked. It creaked when I opened it. Inside were scraps of paper, folded, torn, stained with what looked like oil, maybe blood. The top one said, "Do not speak your name near the monitor." My skin went cold. I reached for the next one. "If it asks for the baby, do not answer." I didn't read more. I closed the box and backed away. I was shaking now, not from fear exactly, more like my body finally caught up with the tension that had been building since I heard that whisper. I took photos, not many, just enough to prove to myself later that it had been real. Then I climbed down and pulled the ladder back up. I stood there in the hallway for a while, looking up at the hatch, like it might open again on its own. It didn't. I went downstairs, sat on the couch, tried to think. Then I called my brother again. He answered on the second ring. I didn't waste time. "What the hell is in the attic?" He was quiet, then said, "You saw the circle?" "Yes." "And the bones?" "Yes." A long breath on his end. "I should have told you earlier," he said, "but I didn't think it would happen again." "What wouldn't?" "I heard the monitor too," he said. "When I lived there, not all the time, just once or twice, a whisper, then scratching. I thought it was in my head until I found the same marks on the floor in what's now your nursery. I didn't speak, couldn't. I went up," he said, "found the same box, same warnings. I didn't touch anything else. I just moved out." "You didn't say anything." "I was 23. I thought maybe I was losing it, and after I left, I never heard it again." I was trying to stay calm, but my voice shook. "It said my name," I told him. "Through the monitor, it knew my name." Another pause. Then he said, "Then it started again." I didn't tell my wife. I wanted to. God, I should have. But I didn't know how to say it without sounding like I'd gone completely off the rails. "Hey, love, by the way, I heard my name whispered through the baby monitor and found bones in a chalk circle in the attic." That's not a conversation that ends with a hug and a cup of tea. That's a conversation that leads to a worried call to a doctor or maybe a priest. So I waited. I tried to act normal. We went about the routine, feeding, changing, napping in shifts, smiling at our son like everything was fine, and maybe if I pretended hard enough it would be. That's what I told myself. Just keep the peace, keep the calm, Let the baby sleep. Let the day pass. And maybe this thing will go quiet again. Maybe it's tied to something we stirred up by accident. Maybe it just wants to be left alone. But then the monitor spoke again. It was 2 nights later. I had just gotten back from the kitchen, one of those sleepy trips where you go for water but stand staring into the fridge like it's going to reveal something else. When I came back into the living room, the monitor was already hissing, that same low static, only this time it didn't fade. It built, like pressure behind a wall. And then it said something different. Not my name this time. It said, "He sees us." Clear, no distortion, like someone sitting an inch from the mic. Then silence again, not even static, just nothing. I didn't sleep. I stayed up on the couch, waiting for another sound. I kept checking the baby on and off through the night. He never stirred. Just lay there, peaceful, small hand curled against his cheek, like nothing in the world could ever reach him. The next morning I took a day off work, told my wife I wasn't feeling right, and that part was true. She left with the baby to run errands, and as soon as the door shut behind them, I got back up into the attic. I don't know what I thought I'd find. Maybe something new. A change in the circle. A fresh note in the box. But it all looked the same. Still there. Still wrong. I pulled the box out and read through the rest of the notes. Some were barely legible. Some were scribbled like whoever wrote them did it fast, with shaking hands or worse. One said, "Do not cover the scratches. It remembers the floor." Another said, "Ask it nothing. Give it no permission." But the one that really got me was folded tightly and stained with something dark. It said, "I saw it through the slats. Under the crib. It does not blink." That was enough. I took the box with me, climbed down and locked the attic hatch. Then I did the only thing I could think of. I called the landlord. The same man who sold us the house. He had been weirdly eager to get the paperwork signed, now that I looked back on it. A little too flexible on the price, a little too quick with the "everything's been checked out" line. At the time I chalked it up to the market. Now, I wasn't so sure. He answered after a few rings. I told him who I was and which property it was about. He paused, then said, "Ah, that one." I didn't ask what that meant, just pushed ahead. I said, "Did you know anything about the attic?" There was a long silence. Then he said, "What did you find?" I told him, not everything, just enough, the bones, the chalk, the notes. He sighed, not a surprised sigh, more like someone bracing for a conversation they hoped never to have. "That house has always had stories," he said. I asked what kind. He said, "Not the ghost kind, not banging doors or cold spots. It's quieter than that. People just leave. Sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes without packing. The one before you didn't even last a year." I asked about my brother. He said, "The young lad, he left suddenly too, never said why." I asked why he never told us. "You wouldn't have bought it if I had," he said. "And it's not illegal to keep stories to myself. It's just bad form." I hung up before I said something I'd regret. Later that afternoon, my wife came back with the baby, smiling, bags of groceries in one hand, carrier in the other. I kissed her on the forehead, helped unload the bags, acted normal. That night, when she was asleep, I brought the monitor into our room and left it on the bedside table, just in case. Around 3 in the morning, it lit up. Not with sound, with movement. The power light flickered like someone was tapping it from the inside. And then I heard a whisper, softer than before. Not even a word, just breath, like the start of a sentence that never finished. I shut it off, pulled the plug. And in the silence that followed, I could still feel it watching. I didn't mean to talk to it. That's the part that's hard to explain, because when people hear this kind of story, they always think the person chose to make contact, like it was a challenge or some reckless mistake. But that's not how it happened. It was more like instinct, like when you hear someone call your name and you just say, "Yeah?" before your brain even catches up. It was the next night, just past 3 again. I was up, not because the baby cried, but because I had started waking on my own, like my body knew something was coming before it even started. I sat in the hallway. The monitor was still unplugged. I didn't want to use it anymore, but I also couldn't bring myself to throw it away. It sat on the floor beside me, this small white box that had somehow become the most threatening object in our house. I don't know why I plugged it in. I was holding it, turning it in my hands, and then suddenly the cord was in the wall, the light came on, and I heard the soft hum of static. I told myself I just wanted to make sure, to check one last time that I hadn't imagined it. That maybe the power flicker or the weird whisper had been something else, a neighbor's cordless phone or a strange electrical feedback. The second it came on, it was quiet, no interference, just that faint hiss like a radio tuned between stations. I stared at it, and then it spoke. Not a whisper this time. Not faint. It said, clear as a voice on the other side of a door, "You brought him here." I felt my mouth go dry. I didn't plan to speak. I didn't want to speak. But the words came out of me before I even knew they were forming. I said, "Who are you?" There was silence. The static ticked once, like a pop of air in the speaker. Then it said, "I wait. That's what I do." The words felt wrong in my ears, not just because of what was said, but how it was said, like someone repeating a sentence they had heard 1,000 times but never quite understood. A tone like echo instead of speech. I turned the monitor off, but it kept speaking. The light stayed on, and the voice said, "He wakes soon." That's when I pulled the plug from the wall and wrapped the cord around the base so tightly it bent the prongs. I put the whole thing in the bin under the sink, closed the lid, and stood there holding the countertop like it was the only solid thing left in the room. And then I heard the baby crying. Not a soft cry. A scream. The kind of cry that says something scared him awake. I bolted up the stairs, heart in my throat. When I opened the nursery door, he was sitting up in his crib, eyes wide, not looking at me, looking at the corner of the room. the dark one where the light from the hallway doesn't quite reach. I picked him up fast, held him to my chest. He was shaking, not hard, but in that quiet residual way, like he'd been scared in his sleep and couldn't snap out of it. I turned on the overhead light. The room looked the same. The crib, the chair, the stack of books we read before bed. Except the closet was open. We don't leave that door open. It sticks unless you really pull at it. Inside was just clothes, boxes, diapers, and a footprint. Just one. In the dust near the back of the closet. Not mine, not my wife's. Smaller than mine, wider than hers. I didn't touch it. I left the closet open, carried my son into our room, closed and locked the door, let him sleep on my chest until the sun came up. The next morning, I went back into the nursery with a flashlight and looked again. The footprint was gone. Or maybe it had just never been there. Maybe I dreamed it. I cleaned the closet floor with bleach and water anyway. I didn't tell my wife why. That evening, she asked if I was okay. I told her I was just tired. She kissed me on the cheek and said, "We're almost through the hard part." I wanted to believe that. I really did. But that night, while brushing my teeth, I saw something behind me in the mirror. Just for a second. A shape in the hallway, still and pale, watching through the crack of the bathroom door. I spun around, nothing there. I didn't sleep. Instead, I sat in the nursery with the light on, holding the baby while he napped, watching the floor, the walls, the closet door. And I kept hearing the same sentence in my head. You brought him here. The next morning, I called my brother again. I didn't care if I was waking him. I didn't care that I'd already asked him everything I thought there was to ask. I needed more. Needed something real. Something that would help me understand why this house felt like it was turning itself inside out. He answered with a quiet, "Yeah?" Like he already knew why I was calling. I skipped the pleasantries. I said, "What did you do before you moved out?" There was a pause. Then he said, "I thought I ended it." I just sat there, phone to my ear, waiting. My son was asleep on my chest again, breathing slow and warm and soft, like none of this was happening outside his tiny world. He said, "There was something in the attic, something old. I didn't know what it was, but it made itself known, through the same monitor you're using now. Only it didn't stop at whispers." I closed my eyes. He kept talking. "I had dreams," he said. "At first I thought they were just that. Stress. The old house getting to me. But then they started lining up with real things. I'd dream of someone standing under the hatch, and the next morning the ladder would be down. I'd dream of my name being called, and wake up with the monitor hissing." I said, "What did you do?" I read the notes in the box, every one of them. There were more when I lived there. I think they disappear when people ignore them, or when people leave. One of them said to remove the bones and burn them. "And you did?" He hesitated. I tried. I took them out, one by one, in a paper bag. Lit them in the backyard in a metal bin. It took hours, but they burned. "You sure?" "As sure as I could be." I said. Then why is it still here? He didn't answer right away. Then quietly, because maybe it's not about the bones. Maybe it's about attention, about being noticed. That landed hard, because ever since I'd heard the whisper, I hadn't stopped noticing. Every sound, every flicker, every shift in the light, I was feeding it, giving it space in my head. I'd done everything except talk about it with the one person who deserved to know most, my wife. He said, "You need to leave." "We just bought the house," I said. "We have a newborn. We can't just sell it. Walk away. Rent it out if you have to. But don't stay." I didn't have an answer for that, not one I could say out loud. That night, I found the box again. I had hidden it in the garage under a stack of old coats. I brought it back into the house and spread the contents on the kitchen table. There were fewer notes now. I could feel it, a difference in weight, like it was thinning. One of the notes I hadn't read before was folded 3 times and sealed with tape. The handwriting was different from the others, smoother, more deliberate, the kind you see in school notebooks. It said, "If you hear it say the baby's name, do not go in the room. Let it stop on its own. Let it pass. Do not enter while it is speaking." I didn't show it to my wife. I couldn't. She'd think I'd lost it, and maybe I had. But part of me believed it, fully, without question. The house had changed in the last few days, not just what I saw, but how it felt. The nursery had cold spots now, places where the air didn't move. The baby wouldn't sleep unless I was holding him, and even then he twitched like he was hearing something I couldn't. The baby monitor, unplugged and wrapped in towels under the sink, still clicked at 3 in the morning like it had power running through it. And the attic was louder now. Not with voices, but with movement. Sometimes I'd hear the thud of a box shifting, sometimes a creak that sounded like knees bending on old wood. I stopped going up. I told myself it wasn't real, but I also locked the hatch with a bike chain and a padlock from the shed, the kind you use for storage units or prison gates. I started looking up the house. Archives, news stories, anything I could find. There wasn't much, just a mention of the land being part of a larger property before the houses were built. One article from decades ago about a church fire not far from here, with a strange line buried at the end. Some residents say the structure was used for more than just sermons. I kept digging. Found a scanned interview with an old priest who used to work in the area. He talked about a local family who believed in binding something that didn't belong to this world. He said it wasn't his business, but they weren't the only ones. Some believed the land here had weight. "Things don't rise here," he said. "They settle, they dig, they wait." That word again. Wait. The same word the voice had used. That night, the baby started crying around 2:30, a sharp, sudden cry, not like hunger, not like discomfort. It was panic. I ran into the room. He was sitting up again, eyes wide, frozen. The closet door was open again. I checked it earlier that day. I had even put a chair in front of it. But now it was open, chair tipped over, and the air in the room was bitter cold. I picked him up and walked out. This time, I told my wife everything. I didn't care if she believed me. She had to know. I told her everything while we sat at the kitchen table. The baby was asleep in her arms finally. It was just after 4 in the morning. I hadn't slept in nearly 2 days. I expected her to get angry, or worried, or to laugh in that tired way people do when they're too overwhelmed to do anything else. But she didn't. She listened, quiet, still, eyes locked on mine the whole time. I told her about the whisper, about the attic, the bones, the notes, the cold spots, the warnings, all of it. I left nothing out. When I finished, she asked just one question. "What does it want?" I didn't have an answer. Not really. I had guesses. That it wanted attention, that it wanted the baby, that it wanted to stay, that it fed off fear or sound or belief. But I didn't know for sure. And that was the worst part of all this. There was no name, no history, no shape, just a presence. She looked down at our son, then back at me, and said, "We have to go." I nodded, "Just for a night, until we figure it out." "No," she said, "we have to go. Like, go, go." We didn't argue. There was no energy left for that. Just silent agreement. She packed a bag for the baby. I grabbed clothes, documents, the box from the attic, and that cursed baby monitor still unplugged, still wrapped in cloth, but I wasn't about to leave it behind. By 6 that morning, we were in the car driving toward her mom's place, a quiet village 2 hours out, surrounded by hills and hedges and nothing else. It felt like distance in the best way. Every kilometer felt like a door closing behind us. She didn't speak much on the drive, neither did I. The baby slept almost the whole way, which felt like a miracle. We stayed at her mom's for the next 3 nights. On the second night, I woke up around 3:30 out of instinct. Not from a noise, just something in my chest, a habit of fear that hadn't worn off yet. The monitor was still off, still packed, still silent. I sat by the window and watched the wind move the hedges. No voices, no scratching, no feeling of being watched. By the 4th morning, my wife said, "I think we should call someone." I asked, "The police?" She shook her head. "A priest, or someone who deals with this kind of thing." I nodded, not because I believed a priest would solve it, but because doing something felt better than doing nothing. And deep down, I had started to wonder if maybe belief didn't matter, that the thing in the house was going to make itself real, whether we allowed it or not. We made the call that day, an older priest in Dublin. Local, quiet reputation, known more for funerals than exorcisms, but he didn't ask a single stupid question when I told him what was happening. Just listened, then asked for the address. "I've been there before," he said. That stopped me. "You have?" He said, "Years ago, maybe 8, someone else called. Same room, same age child. She didn't stay long either." "Did you stop it?" "No," he said flatly, "but I can contain it, temporarily. That house, it keeps things." He met us back at the property 2 days later. We parked across the street. I refused to take my son back inside. My wife stayed in the car with him. The priest and I entered together. The house was still, cold, unlived in, even though everything inside looked like we had only stepped out for milk. The air smelled heavier than I remembered, like wet stone and something slightly sweet, like old rot covered in honey. He didn't say a blessing, didn't light candles, just stood in the nursery, eyes closed. After a while, he asked for the box. I handed it to him. He opened it slowly, read one of the notes, and let out a quiet sigh. "This is the second one," he said. "The second what?" He looked at me. "This box, these notes, the others were burned, but the thing remained, so it started over. It learns who listens." I didn't know what to say. He pulled out a vial of something thick and amber-colored, poured it across the closet threshold, then down the sides of the crib, not in excess, just a line like a barrier. He took the monitor from my bag, opened the battery case, and slipped something small inside. "A talisman," he said. "It confuses the signal." Then he handed it back to me. "Keep it," he said. "Turn it on once. If it speaks again, do not respond. That will be your last warning. And if it doesn't, then it's moved on. Where does it go?" He looked at the ceiling toward the attic. "I don't know. I just know it doesn't like to be ignored." We left before sunset. The house went up for sale 2 weeks later. We listed it below market value. Took the hit. I didn't care. I never wanted to see the inside of that place again. It sold faster than I expected. A single man, early 40s, moved from the coast, said he liked older houses. We didn't warn him. I thought about it. I really did. But I remembered what my brother said, that sometimes attention was what it wanted. So I stayed quiet. I don't know if that was the right call. Maybe someday I'll regret it. But right now, it's been 4 months, and the baby sleeps through the night. My wife smiles again. The monitor never spoke again. Sometimes I wonder if it's still up there, in that attic, waiting. But not for us. We're not in that house anymore, and we never will be again.